Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you to the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting. My name is Jeff Carson. I am going to be the chair of tonight's meeting. We're going to make a couple of introductions before we start. First off, we have staff with us tonight. Rose Morris, the administrative assistant with the Department of Planning and Urban Design. You'll be hearing from her a lot tonight. We have Alyssa Marcy with the staff, Mari Monheil, and Michael Farley with Unified Government Legal Staff. In addition, we have Commissioner Mark Mueller, online. Vice Chair Karen Jones, Commissioner Jim Ernst, and here in the chambers with me tonight, I've got Commissioner Dwayne Beth and Commissioner Aaron Ward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rose Morris. She'll read the opening statement of how we're going to run tonight's meeting.
Hello, welcome to the Board of Zoning Appeals. Members of the Board of Zoning Appeals are participating remotely by Zoom or present in the Commission chamber, and Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you're joining by Zoom, please make sure that you have the appropriate background. Board members that are participating by Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak, and after Chairman Carson recognizes you, please unmute your microphone and state your name when you begin to speak. If you are in the Commission chamber, please state your name before speaking once the chairman recognizes you. For those members of the public attending the meeting virtually this evening, please use the raise your hand feature if you want to speak on an application. If you are present in the Commission chamber, please come up to the microphone in the front of the room when the application is called. After the chairman recognizes you, please state your name and address and make your comments. If you're having trouble getting to the Zoom meeting, please see the Planning and Urban Design website on wycokck.org. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly may be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The format of this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make an opening statement explaining their proposal. The applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case, which includes the applicant consultants and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the board will then address any questions that they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be recognized and allowed to do so at that time. Then those in opposition will be recognized to make their statements and ask questions, with each member of the public being given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker's time may be extended in 5-minute intervals by a 2/3 majority vote of the board. The chairman will ask for a show of hands of people who are in support and opposition that do not wish to speak. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the board if a question is directed towards them. The staff will then make their recommendation, and the board will discuss the application and make their decision with a brief statement of the reason of the motion preceding the making of the motion. Motions to approve shall include the staff conditions unless otherwise stated in the motion. All right, our first application is variance application BOZA 2024. Whoa, that's not right. It is BOZA 2025-006, Roger Avalos. It is variances for the front, rear, and side setbacks for a home addition at 3601 Freeman Avenue. Does anyone have any context to disclose on this application?
No.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and come up to the microphone, sir. Give us your name and address, please, and tell us what you'd like to do at your property.
Hello, my name is Roger Avalos, and my address is 315 South 82nd Street. I am the applicant representing the homeowner for this application. We are seeking 3 variances. The first one is for the front. The lot has a unique shape, so that's why we have less frontage on this lot, and that's why we're seeking a variance for that, to not meet the 25-foot. The second variance is the side yard variance, which requires 25 feet, but this is unique. There's like an alley on the side that is not used. So we are seeking maybe to get a side yard interior variance of 7 feet. And lastly, we have a rear setback variance, which we don't have much to say since the addition was done without a permit over a sewer line. So that's pretty much it.
Okay, questions for the applicant? I guess I'll start. So the work's been done.
Correct,
So this is a beg for forgiveness. You're not asking for permission.
correct.
All right. So what have you done out there? And you've done all of this work without any permits. You've built over the sewer line?
There's work over a sewer line, yes.
And were you all aware that everything you were doing was without permits and in violation of our ordinances here?
He was not aware.
Okay. And where do you come into this?
I'm the owner representative.
Okay.
He hired me to.
After the fact.
Correct.
So the owner did all this work. Okay.
In 2006, most of it.
All right. So it's been done for 19 years.
Yes.
Wow. Flew under the radar for a long time.
Correct.
All right. All right. Any other questions from the commission? All right. Seeing none. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, raise your hand or come forward. If you're online, just raise your hand as well. Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff and get their comment.
Thank you, Alyssa Marcy, Planning Department. As the applicant representative said, this work was done previously without a permit. There have also been several violations over the past decade plus, including some that are currently open. As such, staff recommends denial.
All right. So there's been 12 different code enforcements issues on it.
Correct.
Do we know what the status is of those code enforcement issues?
So
They've been all
there are
resolved?
4 that are open currently.
4 that are still open? I want the applicant's representative to come back. So can you give us what's going on with the codes enforcement violations? And is there any plan to take care of that? Or are we going to wait another 19 years before we take care of that?
No, he should be.
I mean, I'll still be here, but
I know maybe one of them is a stop work order, which we need to resolve this. Basically, that's on hold.
you understand the position here. You guys are coming in and asking for something for work that was done a long time ago. And now we have I've got 12 different trash, tall grass, weeds, structural modifications, excessive junk and trash, unaddressed violations, stop work order, another stop work order. I mean, vehicles on unimproved surfaces. I mean,
We understand that, and I don't know exactly when he bought the property.
well, he's had it for a long time if he did all this work 19 years ago.
It was done in 2006, but I don't know if it was by him. That's one thing that we don't know, who did it or when he bought the property.
Okay. But so I want you to address what's going on right now. I mean, this we know is his problem
Yes.
and they've not been addressed yet.
I mean, 3 of the open ones are in 2025 and 2 are related to the structure, which we're trying to resolve. 1 vehicle on an improved surface, we can take care of that by tomorrow.
Probably should have been done before now, right?
Yes,
I mean, it would have saved you a little bit of heartache from me, right?
yes.
All right. All right. I'm done grilling you. So the recommendation is for denial, correct? Self-imposed hardship and outstanding code violations, correct? All right. Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready.
Commissioner Ward,
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
I move to deny BOZA 2025-006. Subject to staff stipulations and comments.
All right. Motion for denial made by Commissioner Ward for the reasons stated by the maker of the motion. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you.
Okay, the next application is BOZA 2025-007, Roger Avalos. It is zoned R1 Single Family District. It is a variance for a side yard setback for a home addition at 4745 Woodend Avenue. Does anyone have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No. Okay, I know we just heard from you, but once again, name and address, please, and tell us what's going on at this property.
Roger Avalos at 315 South 82nd Street, Kansas City, Kansas. So we are representative of this homeowner that came to us. He bought the building, the house, with a attached garage that is not meeting site setbacks. So we are asking for a site setback of 3 feet in order for him to keep the garage.
Okay, so it's only a 3 feet variance that you're requesting?
Yes.
And where are we at? So you've got, all right, so you have one, okay, I guess you only have one outstanding code enforcement complaint on this one, but that's the structural issue we're talking about, correct?
Yes.
There's no other, we're calling the enclosed carport the garage, is that correct? All right, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant from the commission? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, raise your hand or come forward. Seeing none, we'll go to staff and get their comment.
Thank you, Alyssa Marcy, Planning Department. This variance for setbacks is related to two structures that were done without permits. The first was the actual construction of the carport in the early or mid 2000s, and then it was enclosed again without a permit in 2023. As you already noted, there is one open violation in relation to the carport, and staff recommends denial.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Jones?
Motion to deny BOZA case number 2025-007, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
All right, thank you. Motion is made for denial of BOZA application 2025-007 made by Commissioner Jones. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you.
Okay. The next application is BOZA 2025-014 Amy Nelson. It is zoned R1B Single Family District, a variance for the required side yard setback and conversion of an accessory structure to a home addition at 4023 Delavan Avenue. Does anyone on the board have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No.
No.
All right, Ms. Nelson, are you in the audience? Amy Nelson. Amy Nelson. Okay, we've got her online. Okay, I've got you. Yeah, if you'd go ahead and unmute, please, give us your name and address and tell us what you'd like to do at your property.
Sorry, are we unmuted?
Go ahead, your name and address, please.
My name is Amanda Rainier. Amy Nelson is my mom. So we're kind of in this together. The address is 4023 Delavan Avenue. That's where Amy
Okay.
lives.
And what are you wanting to do at the property?
There's currently an accessory structure that we want to turn into an addition to the home by connecting it with a breezeway and extending the overall square footage of that accessory structure. And it's within the side yard setback, so it's 3.1 feet, too close to the property line.
Okay, and that accessory dwelling, I'm sorry, that structure is going to be converted into a residence?
Yes, it will be connected to the main residence as well.
Okay, but that's going to be from a breezeway that's going to be 60 feet long?
think it was 49 point,
So about 50 feet then?
I think so. We have the drawing in front of us. Yes, it's 46 feet long, just on one side. So I guess a total of,
But there's going to be a covered breezeway, 50 feet long that goes back and then L's off over to that property,
yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay. Anything else you want to tell us?
I don't believe so.
All right. And this is for relatives that are going to live in that unit, correct?
Yes.
All right,
Correct.
thank you. Thank you. Any questions from members of the commission? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, raise your hand or come forward. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public portion. We'll go to staff and get their comment.
Melissa Marcy, Planning. So again, this is to construct a breezeway. The existing accessory structure was built without a permit. There is one open violation that's associated with a stop work order with the same structure. Staff recommends denial.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff?
Commissioner Ward,
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
and reviewing this, are there two other accessory structures on the back end of the property as well? Did I see that? Like two sheds? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So are those in violation as well?
Let me look into
So that would make three outbuildings?
Right.
I thought during run through, Mr. Farley, I thought you thought that there was only one additional one in addition to the one we're talking about now.
But there was one in the corner, down in the very, very corner.
But that's why I questioned
Okay.
it.
That's like, I don't,
Go ahead, Ms. Nelson. I'll go ahead and let you.
it's like a little plastic shed, the one down in the corner. It's literally like a 8x8 little plastic shed. And I don't remember who I spoke to, but I told them that it was not an issue to take it down. Like it's just a plastic shed.
All right, so if that needs to be removed, you're okay with
It's
doing it?
not a problem. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Ward, does that satisfy your?
That's fine. Yeah, I'm good.
All right. Anything else? Any other questions? I'm going to go to staff, Jason Faust.
Yes, good
Planning
evening,
staff.
Jason
Yes.
Faust, zoning inspector, associate planner. Just to elaborate for the benefit of the commission and the audience, as one of the comments in the staff report, temporary structures that are less than 120 square feet in size are not counted in the overall count for accessory structures. So that was addressed as one of the standard staff comments. So essentially, they would only be dealing with two structures on the property, including the one that they're proposing to make an addition.
All right, thank you for the clarification. Anything else?
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
So, but the one that's on the property right now that they're trying to build was built without a permit in the first place, correct?
That is correct. That's my
Now
understanding.
they're wanting to add on to the.
The house was purchased with the accessory structure. The extension to the accessory structure was built without a permit though.
So it's already been built?
Yes. The addition to the structure has already been built. There
So
was
the
an
breezeway is
existing,
already on?
no. No,
Okay.
the addition to it was originally a shed. There was addition already put onto this shed to turn it into like a living area structure.
And that work's already been done as well.
Correct.
All right, so but the breezeway has not been done.
No.
All right, Commissioner Ward, does that clarify?
It does.
All right, thank you. Further questions for the applicant? I'm sorry, for staff? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion when ready.
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
I make a motion to deny BOZA 2025-014 subject staff stipulations and comments.
All right, motion made for denial of BOZA case 2025-014 by Commissioner Ward. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
sorry,
I know, we
Said
had,
aye.
okay.
Gary was gonna swing by on the way from work and, yeah.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you.
Okay, the next application is BOZA 2025-015 Ty Zaner with Strickland Construction. It is zoned AG Agricultural District, proposed to be CP3 Planned Commercial District. It is a variance for a minimum parking required for a construction of a new self-storage building at 11319 Parallel Parkway. And this is in conjunction with Plat 2025-15, MPL 2025-7, and COZ 2025-11, which will be heard later tonight. Does anyone on the board have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No. Yes, sir. Are you Mr. Zahner?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and name and address, please, and tell us what you want to do.
My name is Ty Zahner. I live at 7616 Washington Street in Kansas City, Missouri. This is for a self-storage facility off Parallel Parkway. It's a multi-story building. There's two buildings, Building A and Building B. This is just for the parking variance associated with the property.
Okay. And how many, I'm sorry, you're needing variation of 464 spaces, but I'm assuming that's because of the nature of, you want to go ahead and explain why you are not able to put that number of parking spaces in just for sake of the record?
They're just not required. The code reads that way. It's sized off square footage.
Correct.
The building is large, but it's not, there's no occupancy really for humans. So we just don't need all those parking spaces.
All right, thank you. I just wanted you to clarify that for the record. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Yes, sir, please come forward. If you would, please give us your name and address and just let me know if you're opposed or if you're speaking in favor.
My name is Steve Allison. My address is 252 Wentworth Hill Road, Center Sandwich, New Hampshire. My family owns the land on which this project is being proposed. The name of our company is Berry Holdings, and I'm in favor. I would like to read a letter which I've obtained from the pastor of the Maywood Church, which is the adjacent property.
Go ahead.
Dear members of the Planning Commission, I'm writing in my capacity as pastor of Maywood Community Church to express my support for the proposed self-storage facility to be developed in the land located directly west of our church between our property and the Aspire apartment complex. Having reviewed the developer's plans and discussed the project directly, I believe this proposal offers several distinct benefits that make it a positive addition to the neighborhood. Land use compatibility. The self-storage will provide an effective physical and visual barrier between our place of worship and the adjacent apartment complex. Low impact development. The nature of the proposed use will result in minimal daily traffic and limited disruption to the surrounding area, which is especially important to us given our role as a place of reflection, community gathering, and worship. High quality design and operation. I'm encouraged that this will be a Class A development with architectural design and landscaping that will enhance, not detract from the neighborhood. Moreover, the developer's track record in building and managing more than 20 similar facilities across the Kansas City metro area speaks to his professionalism, reliability, and commitment to long-term quality. As a neighbor to the proposed site, our congregation is directly impacted by land use decisions in the immediate area. We believe this project strikes an appropriate balance between thoughtful land use and neighborhood character, and we respectfully ask that you give it your favorable consideration. Thank you for your service and attention to this matter. Sincerely, Pastor Alan Hodak. As a property owner, you all know that we've had 3 apartment complexes built on our property by North Point. We care deeply in quality, and I know quite a bit about self-storage facilities, and I can assure you this is a really high-quality self-storage facility. It's synergistic with the existing uses. We have 950 apartment occupants. that can use this facility. So I hope you'll take that into consideration.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Thank you. Did you come all the way from New Hampshire for this meeting?
I did.
You've heard how exciting they can be then, right?
It's very exciting.
The word is out. We're a hit.
For
We
sure.
are a hit.
I'm going to tell all my friends in
I
New Hampshire.
appreciate you coming. Thank you very much. Anyone else want to speak to this case in favor or opposition? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff and get their comment. I'm going to call you Byron or all kinds of names tonight.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Alyssa, Marcy Planning. So pretty straightforward, parking variance. So they want a, reduction in off-street parking as stated. This is pretty common for what the applicant had already said, that there's no residents, no one is actually staying there. So we approve with conditions this variance. I do also want to point out that BOZA recently approved a very similar variance request at 130th and State.
That's correct. All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready.
Commissioner Ward,
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
I move to approve BOZA 2025-015, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve BOZA case 2025-015 made by Commissioner Ward. Is there a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you.
The next application is BOZA 2025-016, Guy Tyner. It is zoned AG Agriculture District, proposed R1 Single Family District, a variance for the minimum width to depth ratio at 10,800 Hollingsworth Road and 4950 Hutton Road in conjunction with Plat 2025-016 and COZ 2025-012. Does anyone have any contacts to disclose on this application?
Yes, I've heard from neighboring property owners. Mr. Tyner, are you presenting for your case or do you have someone presenting? I'm sorry? Atlas Engineering? Okay, it looks like maybe Crystal Voth has got her hand up. Crystal, are you presenting on this case?
Hi, good evening, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Please start off with your name and address.
Yeah, Crystal Voth, Atlas Land Consulting, 14500 Parallel Avenue, Basehor, Kansas. Staff did a nice job of laying this out. We are requesting a variance to Lot 8 of the of the plat that we've also submitted. This lot is really quite large. Obviously, it's well over 30 acres. We understand why the 3-to-1 ratio exists, and we fully support that, in development. However, just with the way that we're going about attempting to develop this particular area, we really need to leave it as it is. The plan is to use funds from the initial sale of kind of the first phase, if you will. And certainly I understand that the Board of Zoning Appeals doesn't consider financial hardship to be one of the factors to look at, but that's the reason that we're doing this, is so that we can come through and develop this lot at a later date. It won't remain in this particular configuration. We also understand that the variance will go away at the point that we do begin to develop it. But again, this is a really large lot. It's not like we're creating, a really long, skinny piano key lot that you can't develop further or anything. The intention there is obviously to develop it. So we're just asking for essentially, this variance that will be a temporary variance, if you will, because we do, like I said, we plan on coming back forward and developing this lot. I will answer any questions that you may have. We appreciate your consideration very much.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? So at this time, the lots are going to be 271 approximately across the front and almost 1,800 deep, correct?
Yes, for that particular lot. Everything else we submitted on that plat meets the zoning regulations and are much smaller, obviously.
Okay, thank you. Any
Thank
other
you.
questions? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or opposite? Yes, sir, go ahead. Give us your name and address, please, when you get up there.
Sure. Thomas Brown. Whoa, that's not.
It's all right.
4740 Hutton Road. And I'm here to dispose it.
Oppose it?
No, I don't want it.
Okay, right. You want to oppose it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank
If
you.
if anybody's going to dispose of anything, it'll be me,
Oh,
but
okay,
you're here to
great.
oppose.
Now that I know who to go to.
There you go. No problem.
Very good. Okay, I want to thank you, everybody, for giving me this chance to reflect on this particular issue on this evening. We moved out here in 2008, about 17 years ago, after searching many years, for a place that we wanted, the land, the scenery, including deer and turkey and et cetera. Those attributes you don't see in the city. Quite peaceful nights and days, and also, we enjoy having that we have there. With the new construction of these houses on 10800 Hollingsworth Road and 4740 or 4750 Hutton Road, AKA the Tyner or Tinner Farms, will, in my opinion, and I've talked to a lot of many people that have conversations with, and the same came back to the same conclusion that devastates all of these things that I've just mentioned above. In conclusion to my answer, though, being here today, I do not want to wish the construction of this urban design development to happen, period, because we lose all those attributes that we came out here for and that everybody else came out here for. And I've talked to many people, they've stopped me on the lawnmower because our land would back right up to it. And we just would rather not have anything out there like that. It develops more foot traffic, which we already have enough of as it is. But anyway, that's my spiel.
I'm sorry, what's your address again?
4740 Hutton Road.
So in relationship to the property that we're talking about, you will
Backs
back up to it?
I back up to it, yeah.
Okay.
Back in, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we have 2 acres. I think most everybody out there has 2 acres, if not more, out there. And so we like the peace and tranquility out there and the quiet nights. And, we lived in the city for 28 years and this is like heaven out there. However, it's getting more congested and more congested. And we're at that limit now. And if you've ever been out in the country kind of thing, even though we're in the city, but it's like country feel. And I think everybody deserves that if you've saved your whole life besides raising your family, and then you get a chance to buy a property out there and that was already existing. I'm the second owner. And that's what it came down to be. And I appreciate.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to verify your address and where it sits in relationship to the property, so thank you.
Sure, yeah.
Anyone else want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Yes, Mr. Palmer.
Neil Palmer, 2600 North 131st, also property owner at 11611 Donahue. I normally wouldn't be up here advocating any change in agricultural zoning to residential in any form or fashion. I would just state that a lot of us are going to have to endure a lot of changes to scenery, wildlife, noise, what have you, in Western Wyandotte County. And I would only state that with other developers wanting to come in at 3 houses per acre, when you have somebody that's coming in at least making acre or larger size lots, that's an advantage to density of school district population. It's an advantage to the neighbors who are on comparable size lots, maybe a little bit bigger. From what I understand, Mr. Tyner's developments are high quality in other parts of the county. Nobody likes that the residents are coming out there, but it's going to happen. And I think if we can control a reasonable density in the area we're at, that's a plus for everybody out there. And, that's my only comment.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff and get their comment.
Melissa Marcy, Planning Department. So again, this is for a lot with the depth ratio. So this is just split two lots initially, and so one of the lots then becomes out of compliance. So this variance would be temporary. There was a concept plan provided in the staff report that shows that that would then change and be null after they pursue that.
Okay.
Staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Jones, go ahead.
I make a motion to approve BOZA case number 2025-016, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Okay, motion to approve BOZA case 2025-016 made for approval by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you.
The next application is BOZA 2025-017 Aurora Gomez. It is zoned R1B Single Family District, a variance for size of accessory structure and side yard and rear yard setbacks at 1513 South 18th Street. Does anyone on the board have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No. All right, thank you. Are you presenting on this one also?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, please. Name and address again, please.
Roger Avalos, 315 South 82nd Street, Kansas City, Kansas. On this one, we got it about 3 weeks ago. And we don't need a variance since it meets the accessory residential building standards. It is 5 feet from the side yard, not 0. And then we are 2 feet from the alley.
So I'm confused. You don't need the variance?
We don't. This was applied by the homeowner that following the comments from planning and zoning.
So are you wanting to withdraw your application?
Yes, we don't need it.
All right. Anything we need to do on that, Mr. Farley? All right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, our next application is BOZA 2025-018 Emma Ludwig with Midwest Sign Company LLC. It is zoned CP2 Planned General Business District. It's a variance for wall signs at Panera at 1717 Village West Parkway. Does anyone on the board have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No. Ms. Ludwig, I have you queued up, ready to speak. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please. Give us your name and address.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Okay, perfect. Hello, everybody. My name is Emma Ludwig. I live at 2804 Campbell Street. No, I'm sorry. I live at 4305 Campbell Street. But this is a variance for signage for a Panera Bread located at 1717 Village West Parkway. And basically, we are looking for this variance to allow for signage on the south and east elevation of the building. We have been approved for the north elevation and the drive-through menu signs, but nothing else. And our client would like their sign to be visible from Parallel Parkway. So that is why we are applying for this variance.
All right, thank you. Questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to the case in favor or in opposition? Raise your hand or come forward. Seeing no one, we'll go to staff and get their comment.
Yes, so this request is to have more than the maximum amount of wall signs, which is 1 for a multi-tenant building. They're requesting 4, so that is a violation of 3. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. I do want to also add that there is some precedence nearby, which is the T-Mobile that is 2 blocks away from Panera.
All right, questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
Make a motion to approve BOZA 2025-018, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve BOZA case 2025-018 made by Commissioner Ward. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones. Jones,
Aye.
Mueller.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all.
You're welcome.
Okay, our next application is BOZA 2025-019, Ty Zahner with Strickland Construction. It is zoned CP0, Planned Non-Retail Business District, a variance for off-street parking, reduction for a self-storage facility at 2712 and 2740 North 103rd Terrace in conjunction with COZ 2025-17 and Plat 2025-22. Does anyone have any context to disclose on this application?
No. Welcome back. Name and address, please, once again.
Ty Zahner, 7616 Washington Street, Kansas City, Missouri. This is a similar application, self-storage. It's not occupied. That's the reason that we're asking for a variance for parking. The staff report did say that there was 0 parking spots, but on the plan, there is 6 parking spots. So 7 parking spots, 1 handicap spot, and 6 parking spots.
Okay, all right. Any questions for this applicant?
No.
Seeing none, go to the audience. Anyone want to speak to this case? Please raise your hand or come forward. Yes, name and address, please.
My name is Patty Hildebrand. I'm at 19315 South Rafferty, Pleasant Hill. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Westlake Homes Association and their treasurer, who asked me to read a letter into the record. This letter was sent to the directors of Planning and Urban Design, as well as Public Works, Commissioner Kane, as well as the designer and the contractor for the project. I'm here representing Jacqueline Evans. I am the treasurer of the Westlake Homes Association, located on the east side of 103rd Terrace and north of Georgia Avenue in Kansas City, Kansas. I have been in contact with Ty Zahner of Strickland Construction, but due to computer difficulties was not able to have a two-way conversation during their neighborhood meeting. He has satisfactorily addressed all of our concerns and issues to protect the runoff during construction and other questions presented at the meeting. I still have grave concern. Westlake has a lake that is maintained and treated for algae and as needed by the HOA. It was originally 12 feet deep and currently is between 8 and 9. All catch basins in this subdivision that flow into the lake are along paved streets and grassy surfaces. There is no bare dirt surface area. Lawn areas around the lake and the dam are maintained by the HOA as well. A few years ago, we met with Jonathan Wiles and other staff from Public Works to discuss the decrease in the depth of the lake as a result of the eastward flow of water along Georgia Avenue. A large amount of runoff drains from around I-435 to Georgia, then eastward to our lake. The water and mud has already adversely affected our lake by decreasing its depth. The UG staff would not agree with the issue and only recommended we get training on lake maintenance. We have maintained the lake for about 30 years at this point. There was no solution or recommendation to correct the problem. Now, with an increased surface area proposed, we just want assurances that the drainage from this project will in no way drain to our lake. We are currently studying the drawings submitted to us on July 11th with the sanitary and storm lines detailed. So I am here representing Jackie Evans and the HOA.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting, but I'm going to have Mr. Zahner come back up. Can you address concerns from the neighboring properties with regard to drainage?
We have our civil engineer here. If you want to talk about specifics of, calculations of the actual drainage, we are proposing a site detention pond. So that will, hold water and then release it in the exact same fashion that the site currently sits at. So we will treat the water that leaves our site. I did reach out and say that during construction, We would be, installing silt fence and all the proper construction related requirements for storm water detention and stormwater retainage. And I also said that we would install additional screens at the inlets on North 103rd Street, just as additional protection. So we'd offered that up. So I think that they'll let us do that, even though it's not on our property.
Is this the first lot off of Georgia to the north?
Yeah. It's.
How will it control runoff down to Georgia Avenue? That's the low spot that we get a sprinkle. We have water all across Georgia Avenue. Commissioner Ward, you live off that street. You know how bad it is. What about controlling water down to the south? Are this your engineer? Yep.
Dustin Burton with RSC. We're at East 17th Street, 400. So we're going to be installing at that this is a good picture to show. So southeast corner, that's really where the detention basin is going to be of the site. So you are correct. The site kind of flows from the north down to the south. And so site-wise itself, it'll have internal captures, whether those are inlets, catch basins that will pipe it into water, or we'll grab the water, pipe it over to that southeast corner, and that's where the detention basin is going to be. And that'll be sized for the 100-year storm. So a 100-year storm hits, and it'll sufficiently detain that storm, so it's not releasing any greater than what the existing conditions are.
So the southeast corner is closer to Georgia, so the water will run that way, and that's where it's going to be captured?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you said it's going to be large enough that it won't release that water into the areas behind it to the West Lake cul-de-sac or Georgia, correct?
Yeah, that's right. It's sized for the 100-year storm, so 1% chance, essentially.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Ward, do you have any follow-up to that? All right. Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, we'll go to staff and get their recommendations.
Similar to the previous case, because this is not a residential project, staff recommends approval with conditions. I will say one of those conditions does involve adhering to all erosion control, sanitary sewer, storm drainage, and other requirements that Public Works sees fit.
Thank you for that. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Commissioner Ward,
Mr. Ward, go ahead.
make a motion to approve BOZA 2025-019, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve BOZA case 2025-019 made by Commissioner Ward. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you.
Next is BOZA 2025-020, Brandon Clapp with Insulatus Investments. It is zoned RP5 Planned Apartment District, variance for front yard, side yard, rear yard, and paving setbacks, and lot area and non-vehicular open space at 849, 851, and 855 Sandusky Avenue. This is in conjunction with Plat 2025-020 that will be heard later tonight. Does anyone on the board have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No. Thank you. Mr. Clapp, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right, name and address, please.
My name is Brandon Clapp, and my address is 4756 South Tacoma Street, Inglewood, Colorado.
Okay, tell us what we're doing out there.
We have we have three fourplex, 4-unit buildings on one lot. And what we're looking to do is to get a variance for the setbacks on the front and sides and the rear of the building, as well as variance for parking. There is currently 12 spaces for parking. The building is existing building, and we're looking for the variances for the setbacks in order to subdivide the property so we can get favorable financing. These are 3 existing buildings that were vacant for probably 5 years that we bought in October. And we work with the city to renovate 2 of the buildings, and we're working on the 3rd building currently right now.
All right, so there are 3 fourplexes, 12 units, and how many parking spaces?
12 parking spaces.
Okay. All right, any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, raise your hand or come forward. Seeing no one, we'll go to staff, get their comment.
Melissa Marcy, Planning Department. Staff recommends approval with conditions.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Commissioner Ward,
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
make a motion to approve BOZA 2025-020 subject staff stipulations and comments.
All right, motion made to approve BOZA case 2025-020 made by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Jones. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Bowler.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. We will take a 5-minute recess and then we'll get the planning commission underway. Thank you all for your patience. Chair of tonight's meeting, make a couple of introductions before we get started. Following members of staff, Unified Government staff are with us tonight: Rose Morris, Alyssa Marcy, Mari Monheil, and we have legal counsel Michael Farley with us. We have the following commissioners present. Here in the chambers with me tonight, we have Commissioner Dwayne Beth and Commissioner Aaron Ward. Online, we have Commissioner Mark Mueller, Vice Chair Karen Jones, and Commissioner Jim Ernst. Don't think I missed anyone. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn things over to Rose, who'll read the opening statement, tell everyone how we'll conduct tonight's meeting. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone, to the meeting of the City Planning Commission. The members are participating remotely by Zoom or in person in the commission chamber. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. Planning Commission members attending by Zoom, please make sure you are visible during the meeting and use the raise your hand feature to speak. After Chairman Carson recognizes you, unmute your microphone and please state your name when you begin to speak. If you are in person in the commission chamber when Chairman Carson recognizes you, please state your name before speaking. For those members of the public in attendance via Zoom or telephone, please use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak on an issue. The chairman will recognize you when it is your time to speak. Unmute your microphone and state your name and address before giving your comments. If you are attending in person, please come to the microphone at the front of the room when the application is being called, and the chairman will recognize you when it is your time to speak. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly will be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs, which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The Planning Commission is a voluntary body of citizens which will review each zoning proposal. For all change of zones, special use permits, vacations, and preliminary plan reviews on tonight's agenda, the Planning Commission makes recommendations to the Unified Government Board of Commissioners, who will then make their final decisions on Thursday, July 31st, 2025. For final plats and final plan reviews heard tonight, the Planning Commission's decision is final and there will not be another hearing. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make an opening statement explaining the proposal. Please note that the applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case. The 15 minutes includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. The members of the Planning Commission will then address any questions that they have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be called upon and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be called upon and allowed to make their statements and ask questions. Please note that each member of the public who wishes to speak will be given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker may request to extend their time, and the Planning Commission may, by 2/3 majority vote, extend any speaker's time in 5-minute increments. The chairman will ask for a show of hands of those persons in support and in opposition who do not wish to speak. The applicant will then answer questions and then make a closing statement. Then the public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed and the public will be allowed to address the commission if a question is directed towards them. The Planning Commission will discuss the application and make their recommendation. If any persons in opposition want to formally protest a change of zone or special use permit, a means is available by a legal protest petition, which can be obtained along with the instructions by emailing the Planning and Urban Design Department at planninginfo@wycokck.org tomorrow morning. Any application receiving a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission will appear on the consent agenda of the Unified Government Board of Commissioners. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the commission, or other interested parties, the Planning Commission's recommendation will be adopted. The consent agenda is heard at the beginning of the meeting at 7 p.m. The Planning Commission will also have a consent agenda as part of this meeting this evening. The consent agenda is the first part of the agenda. Items on the consent agenda are final plats, final plans, or special use permit renewals that have received a staff recommendation to approve. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by an applicant, a member of the staff, or a member of the City Planning Commission, or other interested parties, the staff recommendation on all the items in the consent agenda will be adopted by the Planning Commission at one time. I will read a list of items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the chairman will ask if there's any request to remove any items. This is your time to use the raise your hand feature, be recognized, and request that that item be removed from the consent agenda if you do not agree with the staff's recommendation. If you are in the commission chamber, please come to the microphone, state your name and address, and the item you want to remove from the consent agenda. The Planning Commission is required to disclose contacts about any item on the Planning Commission agenda. Before each item, I will ask if any contacts have been made, and members of the commission will be asked to disclose those contacts. Please note that your opinions will be forwarded to the governing body for their consideration and making a final decision on Thursday, July 31st, 2025 at 7 p.m. I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Consideration of the June 9th, 2025 City Planning Commission minutes. SP 2025-35, Joseph Aker is a renewal of a special use permit for the continuation of a short-term rental at 3063 and 3065 Francis Street. SP 2025-037, Roderick Simmons Jr. is a renewal of a special use permit for the continuation of a short-term rental at 2614 South 27th Street. PR 2025-019, Heather Hitchcock with Davidson A&E is a final plan for review for a building addition and laydown yard at 5323 Kansas Avenue. PR 2025-020, David Lutz with Arvis Bake, a final plan review for a drive-through bank at 7908 State Avenue. The items that I read are on the consent agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact on these items?
No.
Please include the following items as a record for all the items on the consent agenda. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question. The city has currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated July 14th, 2025. The application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file. The notices in the Wyandotte Echo for the special use permit, and the notices for the property owners. The commission will approve these in one vote unless someone requests that an item be removed from the consent agenda.
Thank you. Is there anything, to the members of the commission, is there any item that you'd like to have removed from the commission for special consideration? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want something removed from the consent agenda? Online? All right.
I'm here against the Roderick Simmons Jr. 2014 South 27.
That's not going to be heard unless you pull it from the consent. You want it pulled from consent, so you want to listen and you want to be able to testify. All right, thank you. So that's SP 2025-037, Roderick Simmons Jr., correct? All right, thank you.
And what's your name?
All right, anyone else? All right, at this time, we've removed special use permit application 2025-037. I'll entertain a motion to accept the rest of the consent agenda items. Commissioner Jones, go ahead.
Motion to approve the remaining items of the consent agenda.
All right, thank you. Second, is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Motion made to approve remaining items on the consent agenda made by Vice Chair Jones, seconded by Commissioner Ernst. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Okay, Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. All of these items will go to the Board of Commissioners meeting on July 31st at 7 PM. I'm sorry, with the exception of Plan Review Application 2025-020, that is approved tonight.
Okay. So yeah, that is the next application, SP 2025-037, Roderick Simmons Jr., a renewal of a special use permit for the continuation of a short-term rental at 2614 South 27th Street.
All right, Mr. Simmons, are you in the audience? Roderick Simmons. Okay, let's got you queued up, ready to speak. If you would, please unmute yourself, give us your name and address, and tell us what you'd like to do here.
Hello, my name is Roderick Simmons Jr. My address is 4845 Horton Street, Mission, Kansas. I'm here for a renewal of a short-term rental license for the property at 2614 South 27th Street, Kansas City, Kansas. The house, it is a 3-bed, 2-bath property. The whole unit is ran on Airbnb. I managed the whole property myself, and then if I was unavailable, I was running. My mother was helping out and running it as well. I reside about 5 minutes away from the property, so if there was anything, guests needed or anything, we were able to get over there and help them out as soon as possible. But yeah.
Anything else you wanted to let us know?
No.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
Has he been operating the property as Airbnb while he's been expired?
Mr. Simmons, you'll have your time, sir.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Don't ruin it by, thank you. All right. Have you been continuing to operate even though your permit has expired?
Yes, correct. We were told that as long as we were going through this process, that it was fine.
Who told you that?
I would have to look up an email. It was someone that was
Okay,
helping.
we've got time. We're going to listen to some testimony. So why don't you look that up while we check on this and hear testimony?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? We'll get you an answer, Commissioner Ward. All right, at this time, anyone who wants to speak in favor or in opposition, please come forward. Nope, we'll do that at the microphone. Name and address.
Louis Klein, 2610 South 27th Street. I've lived there for like 55 years. I built and designed the house that he's living in right now.
Okay.
The house was, we had no idea that I built that for myself and my children. My parents passed away. It got purchased by Roddy. The thing is, I'm pretty open. I'm a nice person. I try to get along with everybody. This is a dead end, nice, quiet neighborhood. I've lived there 55 years. These are small homes. I actually own 2 lots immediately next door. That's my house right there in that picture to the right. I have to deal with these people. I mean, I'm not saying everybody's, a problem. These people aren't our neighbors. When they come in, I have to either deal with some rowdy young people that pass through, and that I've called at least 5 times this year to have the police come out to deal with situations. I have an uncle that lives upstairs who is in not the greatest health. And when I decide to want to go out of town for a minute, he's got to deal with this on his own. It's a quiet neighborhood. And I was never once ever planning on sharing, the house next door, with strangers. I can sit there and quietly and nicely ask them once or twice, hey, could you guys keep it down? And apparently Roddy has something in the paperwork
I've never seen that says, this is a neighborhood, you can't be loud after 10 o'clock. I can go out there and say, would you mind keeping it down? And that only works a couple times and then they get rude. If this was Roddy living next door and I had a couple situations where I could say, hey, Roddy, you were a little loud this evening, could you kind of cut it down? It would be a different relationship. We would get to a point where we could say, I understand what's going on in your house. I have to do this every single time a new person comes in. They spend a couple $100 and then they think they have the right to that everybody else in the entire neighborhood has and more. They feel entitled, which is not the case at all. That's not what the house was built for. It's a quiet neighborhood. It's been that way for 55 years. And we don't want the street traffic of strangers. And like I said, I've had 5 instances already where I've had to call the police. And they came out on 2 occasions on 1 instance. I don't want to have to face people and go, you know what, I don't like this. And then to the point where it could get in another situation, it could not, I cannot be the most pleasant when you get rude in my face, and if I'm having to call the police, I don't like it. I don't. It's not why I moved there. It's not why I built those houses.
Okay, so you've had 5 instances in the last year? It's
Yes.
been an operation? Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you.
No.
Anyone else? Okay. Mr. Simmons, can you offer some comment about your neighbor's complaints about some situations involving the rental and were you involved in any of those? Were you aware of those?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So there were 2 of my knowledge that I know about. I know one time we had some guests come over and they invited more people over to kind of just, hang out. The neighbor, he did reach out to me one time, and I reached out to the guest, telling them, like, hey, keep it down. There's quiet hours. On the listing, I have specific quiet hours in the house. There's 2 different signs regarding the quiet hours. And we went and apologized to the neighbors about everything for that instance. As you know, we were unaware of that. There was another instance where we actually had a guest that was just traveling through Kansas City, and he was parking his truck in our driveway. Originally he had parked across the street, and the neighbor, he actually came out yelling at our guest, saying that he was unable to park there on an open, off-street parking. And the cops came. The cop told our guests and said, hey, I don't understand what this guy wants me to do, as this is a public street. You can park wherever. And it's not like the guests parked in front of his house or anything. And so essentially he felt like he was threatened by the neighbor, as he told us that the neighbor had said, you better hope you can back this truck into the driveway, or I'm going to call the police again. And so the police officer actually came back again and just said, hey, can you just try to park this in the driveway, which he was able to do. And the guest told us, he was a little scared. He thought that the neighbor was joking with him. And he told me that he felt like he was threatened, as he didn't understand why he was upset. So that was another one of the instances that I have, that I knew about, that, that he was pretty upset about. Everyone else in the neighborhood, when we had, with the first instance, when we had, said, apologize and everything, and said we were going to do better with that moving forward, they were all, super understanding. They said, like, hey, I get it. This isn't normal. Like you guys, normally everything's always good and smooth. So yeah, I mean, those are the instances that I know of. If there are any more, he hasn't reached out and said anything to us.
So in an effort to speed this up, because we've got a busy night, what type of things do you have in place to ensure that this doesn't happen again, or what type of ramifications? How are you going to deal with these things in the future? Do you have noise meters at the house? Do you have cameras? So if you see people having parties outside after hours, what type of steps are you taking to make sure that you're not disturbing the neighborhood?
Yeah, so we have 2 different cameras. We have a camera on the outside of the house, and then we have a camera in the back of the house as well, because there's like a fire pit and everything. So I know some of them like to hang out there. But two different things that we've kind of added to kind of help with that is a welcome message that kind of helps them briefly understand, be courteous to the neighbors. Try not to loiter in front of the house. And I know there's some people that'll wait for like an Uber and they'll stand outside of the house at nighttime and wait. And so I kind of let them know, hey, we need to be courteous. And then if you're coming home late, make sure you're getting make sure you're courteous. So that's kind of another way. And then, like I said, we've put more signs inside the house, stating hey, these are the quiet hours. We understand, you guys want to be in the back. Just make sure you treat it like your own home.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else want to speak to this case? All right, seeing none, we go to staff and get their comment.
Melissa Marcy, Planning Department. So staff, there are no existing building zoning or code enforcement citations.
I'm sorry, can I ask you to pause 1 second? I want to go back to the applicant. Did you find out who told you you could continue to operate while your permit was expired?
Yeah, I'm still looking. I know we spoke to a guy at the phone at the office, but I'm sorry, I'm looking here. I think it's one of the ladies' names was Mari, I think. Let me see.
I've got her right in front of me.
Yeah.
Pick another one. Pick one that's not in front of me.
Oh no, I'm trying to find it. Sorry.
Okay.
Maybe.
Long story short, you don't know. You were told by somebody at Planning and Urban Design that you could continue to operate even though your permit was expired.
Yeah, they told us that it was like right around the time, I guess, that when we had reached back out, they had told us Janet had retired, and we had told them that we needed to get in within a specific date because our the license was expiring, and they said that as long as you had everything in building up to the process of getting the renewal, then you were fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, no worries. So again, this is a renewal. There are no open zoning, building or code enforcement complaints on it. I will say that staff does not have access currently to the noise or disturbance complaints, which were raised during this. So if you want to do a holdover for 30 days while we look into that, we could provide you the details on those police.
All right. Thank you. And if that were the case, what is the word on operating while the case is being heard during a holdover process as far as being able to operate?
We would not be able to operate.
All right. So the official word is when the permit expires, regardless of status of paperwork, you don't rent the property until the approval has been made. Is that correct, legal? Is that
That would be a decision made by planning. I mean, if the
But if it expires, we don't hear it immediately after it expires. So if it expires May 31st, can they rent it out, June 15th? They no longer have a
they
special.
would not be allowed to under the terms of their previous special use permit.
All right, thank you. All right. All right, so if we held it over, they would have to stop operation until we got them approved, correct? All right, thank you. Any discussion or questions for staff? Commissioner Beth?
How long have they been expired?
It was June 13th.
Okay, and is there a parking stipulation does it say they have to park on the property or they can have as many cars as they want? Do we have to?
There are parking conditions. I can look it up real quick. All parking must be off-street. Maximum number of vehicles is 3.
Okay, that answers it. Thanks.
Other questions or clarifications from staff? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion.
Commissioner Ward,
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
I think I would like to hear some of that, see if they can find the information about the calls to the police or for verification purposes from Mr. Klein. That way we're at least looking at it fairly, to make sure that Mr. Simmons is being a good a good owner. So my motion would be to hold over special use permit 2025-037 for 30 days.
All right, thank you. Motion made for a holdover of special use application 2025-037 for 30 days to allow us to get additional information from staff with regard to complaints made to the police department, so we have a more accurate picture, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Is there a second? Commissioner Ernst, is that a second?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. Mr. Simmons, we'll see you back next month. In the meantime, you're to cease operations of the Airbnb until you have a valid special use application in force. All right, that concludes our consent agenda. We'll now go to the first item on our non-consent agenda, which is change of zone applications.
Okay. Our first application is change of zone 2024-040 Curtis Holland with Polsinelli PC. It is a change of zone from AG Agricultural District to CP2 Planned General Business District to construct a convenience store and fueling station at 9611 State Avenue. It is in conjunction with PR 2024-038, a final development plan, and MPL 2024-013 Curtis Master Plan Amendment from Business Park to Commercial in the Prairie, Delaware Piper Area Plan to construct a C-store and fueling station at 9611 State Avenue. The following items were included as part of this record for this case and all items for the non-consent agenda. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated July 14th, 2025, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does anyone have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No.
I'm sorry, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to pause for 1 second. We did miss an item. We have a request to add an item to the agenda. Rose, would you go ahead and give the outline on what is being asked to be added to the end of the agenda?
It's added to the end of the agenda.
Correct.
With the, along with the narrow lot design guidelines, or that item, before there is going to be a presentation about the narrow lot design guidelines. Do we need a vote for that?
All right.
To put it on
So
the agenda?
there's been a request to add a presentation prior to 5.2 on our agenda from staff to have a presentation on the narrow lot guidelines. Did I clarify that correctly?
That's correct, yes, and it will be after the master plan amendment.
All right, thank you. So we do need an approval to add this to the agenda. We need a 3/4 approval. So I need, Rose, could you do a roll call, please, on a vote to add this to the end of the agenda?
Yeah. So Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Everyone's very excited to see the meeting get extended. Yes, sir, please come forward. Go ahead. Start off with your name and address. I apologize for the delay.
No, it's all right. Thank you, Chair. My name is James McClure with Polsinelli. My address is 900 West 48th Place, Kansas City, Missouri. My name is James McClure. I'm an attorney with Polsinelli representing the owner and applicant here. Along with me is Dan Finn with Phelps Engineering, our civil on the project. We're excited to bring before a C-store and gas station at 98th and State Avenue. I think staff has presentation materials. Awesome. I'll apologize for that. So this development is about a 4,600 square foot C-store, so a convenience store and a gas station. with 12 stalls for gas pumps and 23 parking spaces along with 2 accessible parking spaces. We've got parking both along the front and the rear of the site. And since we think this will be a great development going in, we held public engagement and had no one attend. So we have no opposition technically. There is one minor correction that we are going to ask for in the conditions. That is to condition 5. It relates to maintaining the trees that are located behind the building. I think just slight clarification to the wording is that behind the building, you'll see there's both parking facilities as well as our detention pond. So in order to do the necessary grading work, we're not sure how much of the trees we'll be able to save. And so we're asking that that condition be removed.
All right, and what condition is that one? Which one?
Condition number 5.
All right, thank you. Anything else?
I'm happy to field any questions you guys may have.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Not seeing any. Anyone want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Please come forward or raise your hand if you're online. I'm seeing none, so we'll go to staff and get their comment. And could you address stipulation 5?
Sure, Alyssa Marcy, Planning Department. So this, again, it's a change of zone from ag to CB2, general planned business district, as well as a final plan review and a master plan amendment. We don't have any major issues with this plan. There is a slight concern about traffic that we think will be addressed when the realignment occurs with 98th Street. In regards to the staff stipulation number 5, I'm actually going to pass it over to Michael Farley with legal to address.
This is Mike Farley with legal.
Are you on?
I am. Yep. Mike Farley with legal. I'm going to have to take a moment to take a look at this. So if we want to proceed, I can jump back in when I have an answer.
All right, this is for the 25-foot landscape zone. Is that the one we're talking about, stipulation 5?
No, this is related to the trees being maintained behind the building. So number 5 on that screen says.
I'm sorry, yes, on the staff report.
Yep.
And the conditions, number 5, keep existing full growth trees behind the building.
Yep, that's the one.
Just 1 second. Mhm. Can there be a stipulation of some sort that could be added that if trees have to be removed, that the developer agrees to replace them? Are you amenable to that?
There are quite a few trees, but we would be happy to do some trees along the southern property line to help screen. There's anticipated to be a road that'll connect at the bottom to the south and loop over to what will be the 98th Street development with KDOT for the improvements. And so that roadway along there, we'd be happy to put some trees up to help screen that roadway from the neighboring property.
All right, let's see what staff comes up with.
We're just trying to do a little research on the open easement portion of the condition in this, so.
All right. Well, we're kind of at the end, so there's really nothing to do but wait. Yep. Is there some sort of condition that we could approve that would, like we were talking about, whether or not the developer would agree to replace X many trees in the event that they had to be taken out? Or can we approve it in some manner that that's a negotiable item to be left out of the approval tonight, or such that could be?
I apologize. I have a question back for planning staff. Is this a preliminary development plan or final?
Final.
I guess it'd be final because it's a COC as well. Okay. So yeah, this is Mike Farley with legal. As of right now, based on the wording of the condition of approval, I actually cannot identify if this is coming from the code itself and therefore would require some sort of variance, or if this was just a condition of approval specific to this case based on staff discretion, which then procedurally we have a little, that could be struck by the planning commission. Without knowing which one it is, I can't advise going forward on either one.
So if we approve it with the condition in, and then there's an issue at the time of excavation, what happens? What would happen if they agreed to it and never asked for the stipulation? And then they got into it and they had to remove some trees? What would happen?
I mean, technically, they would not be in compliance.
But
with
what
it.
would happen? They're not in compliance now. I mean, we're stuck. What do we do?
That would be, so from there, we go more into what UG policy would be. I mean, it could be up to revocation of the, all the entitlements. But again, I'm not going to speak to what might actually happen, but if a condition is not fulfilled or continues to not be fulfilled, there is an ability to revoke.
Okay, so the
I mean,
choice we
there's a-
have
there's a
tonight is
possibility. I guess there's no SUP, so revocation's a little harder, but
the choice tonight is to
It
hold
would
it
be-
over for 30 days and get the proper clarifications, or we strike it tonight and forever hold our peace on trees.
Chair, if I may ask a question of legal, if you did strike the condition and we were not in compliance with the code, so by removing those trees and not providing enough, we probably wouldn't be able to obtain a building permit that way if our development still wasn't in compliance with the code, correct? So if we struck this language and it was required by the code, we'd still be required to comply with the code, would we not?
correct, it could be rectified at that point.
So we could fix it in the future if we struck the language.
That's true. Yeah.
All right, so if we struck the language and if we were to approve it tonight, we could fix it later?
Correct. If there was any non-compliance with the actual code, that could be addressed later at the building stage, essentially, before the
All right.
building permit be issued, and that would be, I'd say, sufficient incentive for all parties to comply, right?
All right, all right.
Okay, let's just do that.
Everybody online understand that? So if we strike the condition and in the event that they have to remove trees, they would not be in compliance with the code, and then we would have to deal with it at that time, correct?
That is
And
correct.
it could be dealt with at that time, and you're aware of that as well, applicant?
Yes.
All right. So the choice is to strike number 5 and we deal with it later, if that should happen, or we do a holdover. So any questions for staff? Commissioner Jones?
Maybe I missed it, but what is the reason that the petitioner wants to remove that condition? What problem is it causing?
It's a possibility with excavation that it might require the removal of some of the trees. Correct? Did I
Gotcha.
explain that correctly?
Yeah, there's quite a few trees that are behind the building. The way the condition reads is anything behind the building.
So there's quite a few trees behind the building, and during excavation, if they removed any of them, they would technically be in violation of this by doing so.
Correct.
Okay, seems like that would have been worked out before, but okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? If not, I'll stand for a motion.
Commissioner Ward,
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
which one do you want first?
Master plan amendment, please.
Okay. I move to approve Master Plan Amendment 2024-013, striking condition 5.
All right, thank you. Master plan amendment. I don't have the number here in front of me, but Commissioner Ward, I'm assuming has it correct. Is motion for approval by Commissioner Ward. Is there a second, Commissioner Jones? I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Jones, unmute yourself.
Oh, sorry. Yes, that's a second, and the master plan number is 2024-013.
All right, thank you. And I think Commissioner Ward gave it as well, so I apologize. And that's a second from Commissioner Jones, and that's striking condition number 5. So first and a second, any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for change of zone application 2024-040.
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
I move to approve change of zone 2024-040, subject to staff stipulations and comments. And you're striking number 5 in this one as well?
Yes.
Striking in condition number 5.
Thank you. Motion made for approval of the change of zone application, striking condition number 5, made by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Jones. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Discussion? Roll call?
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Both these applications will go to the Board of Commissioners on July 31st. At this time, I'll now take one for the final plan review application 2024-038.
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
Make a motion to approve plan review 2024-038, striking condition number 5 and subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve the final plan review made by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Jones once again.
Correct.
Thank you. Any discussion? Striking condition number 5 once again. Seeing no discussion, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience.
Okay, our next application is COZ 2025-011, Ty Zanner with Strickland Construction. It is a change of zone from AG Agricultural District to CP3 Planned Commercial District at 11319 Parallel Parkway in conjunction with Plat 2025-015, preliminary plat for Village West Legends Self-Storage, and MPL 2025-007, a master plan amendment from business park / commercial to commercial at 11319 Parallel Parkway. Does anyone have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. While you look familiar, I'll once again need your name and address, please.
My name is Ty Zahner. I live at 7616 Washington Street in Kansas City, Missouri. Can you bring up a site plan? A civil site plan? That's, yeah, one more. This is a self-storage property here, parallels at the top of the page. It's 2 buildings. So building A is the large building that you see. Building B is behind it to the bottom of the page. Building A is 104,000 square feet. It is a 2-story structure, like under construction. So the elevation change allows for access the ring road. So the one facing parallel is at the first floor. And then as you drive into the property towards the second building, that's how you access the second floor. And then building B is 14,000 square feet, and that is a single-story building. Go to an architectural page. We've worked with city planning to also mimic the Aspire apartment, which is directly next door. It does share access with an access agreement with the Aspire apartment, so we're kind of mimicking the design there. We did hold a neighborhood meeting. We did not have any neighbors attend. There's 626 storage units. Those range in size from a 5x5 to a 10x30.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anybody in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, please come forward. Yes, sir. Mr. Palmer.
Neil Palmer, 2600 North 131st Street. I can't say that I'm speaking either in favor or in opposition. Just a few clarifications here. As I read through the application, I can't argue with moving ag zoning to commercial in this instance. It's outdated. It carries over for a long time. The one question I would have is the Piper area plan already list that as a commercial business park. And I've recently found out in dealing with other business park zoning applications nearby, in fact, mile down the road, that's a little bit higher threshold than the CP3 based on the architectural renderings. I would only ask that in changing from the business park to a CP3, that any higher requirements that might be in the business park zoning or that's already part of the master plan be reviewed and make sure we're in compliance with that. I'm not going to go against what the pastor of the church said. They're the most closest neighbor. They're in favor of it. I'm not going to oppose them. They've been there for a long time. I can't think of a more viable place for a storage unit than the apartments that are surrounding it. It does put another piece of vacant property on the tax rolls. That's a good thing. But I would ask that, given the high frontage that on Parallel, especially across the street from the senior residence there, that we just compare CP3 against the business park. You know, it'd be nice if we could to not have to always change the master plan as we go down Parallel. I know that all needs to be updated. That's another topic for another day. I would note that in the staff report on page 3, on page 4, item 3, there's a comment in here that says removal of the ag restrictions does not detrimentally affect nearby property, as quotes, it's only a matter of time that commercial businesses uses extend west from Hutton Road to North 115th Street, unquote. I just would caution that we don't make speculative comments in the staff report. I think that's left to all the speculators to do. Let's just stick to the facts, strictly a comment. I would also note that on page 6 and 7, it notes that public education is provided by the Bonner Springs School District. I think factually that is in the Piper School District, based on my understanding of the boundaries. I would just ask that before this goes before the Board of Commissioners, that inconsistency be corrected and appropriate commissioners be advised of that in the school district as well. The only other comment I have is right now that's a significant drainage pond, if anybody's been by there. We're adding to the impervious area by virtue of the roof and the parking. And, you know, as everybody knows, it goes down Parallel. There's a drainage problem along there, especially in heavy rain, that's right at the bottom of the hill, 115th Street. So I would ask that in conjunction with changing this amount of water that's going to be coming down the hill, that somebody at Public Works look at this. And if there's downstream improvements required as a result of this, that gets factored into this approval as well. Last is strictly a formal or substance comment, and it's just based on the way the meetings run. We're approving parking variances before we approve master plans and zonings. I don't know, cart horse, whatever, just is what it is, but I would hope that the merits of the project get satisfied before we talk about how many cars we're going to park. But I do agree that they don't need 400 spots for a whatever. With that, I'll be quiet.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. Mr. Zane, do you want to come back up? Do you want to address any comments that were made by the public?
We are absolutely willing to work with staff, our civil engineers here, to address any of the stormwater concerns. So.
All right, we'll
we
get
agree.
clarifications from staff on the other issues. Thank you. With that, we'll close the public portion. We'll go to staff and get their comments. Can you just clarify, is it in the Bonner Springs or Piper School District, or do we know?
I would have to look it up to confirm real quick, but I can do that.
If that needs to be changed, that can get changed
Yeah,
before the
we
Board
can
of
check.
Commissioners meeting?
Absolutely.
All right, so, all right, we'll take the comments made by Mr. Palmer and look into those. All right.
Sure.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Alyssa Marcy, Planning Department. So we do have a very heavy landscaping and screening requirements for this project. As noted in the conditions in the staff report, that includes planting 33 trees. It includes a lot of screening to separate the business from the residential area. It also includes planting trees within the parking lot islands too. So I think to some of the concerns mentioned, we've been working through that heavily the entire time. Staff doesn't see any issues, recommends approval with conditions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff?
Commissioner Ward,
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
real quick, just following up with Mr. Palmer asked about the commercial park compared to the CP3. What mean difference wise, what are we talking?
I don't know if that would necessarily even be a problem with this, just because of the extensive landscaping and screening that we've been working on for this particular project. So to his point, I mean, generally speaking, that might be more of a concern, but with this project, I wouldn't see it as being an issue.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, further questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. First, I need the master plan, then we'll do change of zone and the plat. Commissioner Jones, go ahead.
Motion to approve master plan 2025-007, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve master plan amendment 2025-007 by Commissioner Jones. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Now I'll entertain one for the change of zone application.
Motion to approve change of zone application 2025-001, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Change of zone application. I'm sorry. Commissioner Jones, a motion to approve change of zone application 2025-011. Is
I'm
there a
sorry.
second? I'm sorry? Did
I
say
didn't know
it
if I misspoke, but yes, 011.
No, you had it right. I was the one that got tongue-tied.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? Roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
All right, and finally, the plat. Commissioner
Motion.
Jones?
Motion to approve plat number 2025-015, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve the plat 2025-015 made by Commissioner Jones. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? Roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. The master plan amendment and change of zone will go before the Board of Commissioners on July 31st at 7 p.m. and the plat is approved. Thank you.
Okay, the next application is COZ 2025-012. Guy Tyner is a change of zone from AG Agricultural District to R1 Single Family District for select lots in the Tyner Farm subdivision at 10800 Hollingsworth Road and 4950 Hutton Road, in conjunction with Plat 2025-016, a preliminary and final plat for residential subdivision. And, and then in conjunction with BOZA, which was already heard earlier tonight. Does anyone have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No.
No.
I'm sorry, I did have contact with regards to some neighboring property owners on this one. Thank you. Who's going to present on this one? There we go.
Hi, good evening again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Crystal Voth, 14500 Parallel, Baser, Kansas, Atlas Land Consulting. This is the plat and the change of zone request that goes along, like Rose just said, with the BOZA request that we had. All of the lots other than that lot 8 meet the zoning regulations, assuming the zoning is approved. I'll answer any questions that you may have. I think it's all laid out pretty well in the staff report. And the plat there clearly shows what it is we're intending to do.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anybody anybody want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, please come forward or raise your hand if you're online. Seeing no one, we'll go to staff and get their comment.
Melissa Marcy, Planning Department. Staff has no major concerns. The variance was approved in BOZA, so we recommend approval with conditions.
All right, thank you. We'll need two motions, one for change of zone and one for the preliminary and final plat.
Commissioner Ward,
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
you want the
Change of zone, I'm sorry, change of zone first.
Yep. I make a motion to approve change of zone 2025-012, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve change of zone application 2025-012 made by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Jones. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Now I'll entertain one for the plat.
Commissioner Ward, I make a motion to approve plat 2025-016. Deputy Staff stipulation in the comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve plat 2025-016 made by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Jones.
Correct.
Thank you. Discussion? Roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. The change of zone application will go to the Board of Commissioners on July 31st at 7 PM, and the plat is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next application is COZ 2025-014, Jenny Nielsen with Lone Tree Land and Development. It is a change of zone from R1 Single Family District to RP3 Planned Townhouse District for a duplex residential development at 1216 North 86th Street in conjunction with Plat 2025-018, a preliminary plat for a 60-lot duplex and subdivision, and MPL 2025-008, a master plan amendment from low density residential and corridor mixed use to medium density residential within the Plan KCK comprehensive plan. Does anyone have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No. All right, thank you. You look oddly familiar. This is a deja vu moment. Mr. Richardson, welcome back.
I'm used to a different chair, Mr. Chairman.
I
Thank
know.
you to,
Welcome back. We're happy to see you.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for being here tonight. Thank you to the staff for keeping us on schedule and getting us here tonight. I'm here on behalf of Lone Tree Companies. I would like to introduce our team. We have Jenny Nielsen with Lone Tree and Matt Schlitz with Engineering Solutions. Because Lone Tree is new to us here in KCK, I asked Jenny to tell us a little bit about Lone Tree, and then we'll talk about the development.
Hello.
Yes, hi.
Hi, nice to meet you guys. I am Jenny Nielsen of Lone Tree Land and Development. As he said, since we're new, just by brief introduction, our roots come from many years of workforce housing in temporary projects. And a few years ago, we transitioned over to residential, seeing the need for the entry-level workforce type housing and the missing middle. So we focus in smaller markets and mid-sized markets. We're in a few Midwestern states across the country. Go to the next slide. So current projects, we actually have a couple up in the state of Washington, but we have a few projects in Kentucky and also in Iowa in various stages of entitlements and build out. We're here in Kansas. We've been here for a couple of years working on a few projects. This one is the one at the end there, you see the 120 units. We're in process. We own a piece of land in Gardner about the same size, and then we're working on a larger master plan down in Spring Hill. And just to give you a little bit of what our focus on is that entry level, what we call the missing middle housing. And after a thorough read of your plan KCK that just came out, which I thought was a fabulous report, and looking at your data there, seeing the need for that level of housing in your downtown Kansas City along State Avenue and the corridor that you guys are trying to grow there. So we're bringing a mix of attached single family housing, targeting entry level or a single level living for age targeted, something nice that has amenities within the community that people can enjoy. So that's who we are.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So tonight we've asking the commission to recommend approval of the master plan amendment, the change of zone, the preliminary plan and preliminary plat. We agree to all the remaining staff comments in the staff report. And I would like to note one thing in the neighborhood here. As you know, Homefield has built ball fields that are kind of behind this now. So the character of that area has kind of changed, even to not just on State Avenue, but to the north of it, which I think is important to note. As has been discussed, we have 120 units on 60 duplex lots. They will each be platted as individual units. So each unit will be on its own lot. There's an access, two accesses on 86th Street, kind of north and south there. And then you see the one to the bottom of the picture there on State Avenue itself. We have green space and amenities per the code, as well as stormwater detention. I would note that our only comment at our public meeting was related to stormwater, and that was actually after it passed under State Avenue. Neighbors to the south of us were concerned because there's a large drainage there, and obviously meeting the stormwater criteria of the city, that situation will hopefully get a little bit better. The unit mix here is 48 one-car, one-story, 36 one-car, two-story, and 36 two-car, two-story. That could change slightly depending on market demand, but that's the target right now. You can see elevations there. And with that brief presentation, I thank you for your time and attention, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Any questions for this applicant?
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward?
Rob.
Yes.
How you doing, bud?
I'm good.
Just some concerns, I guess. And when I say that, I'm talking about the townhouse formation. Obviously, we have an example across from Piper High School that has not been very successful, in my opinion. I think a lot of people would agree with that. And over there behind the old Wyco ball fields off of Leavenworth Road, is yours going to be any different?
We actually are providing 46 extra parking spaces in this development. I think most of those issues are related to parking. Yeah, which is different than the ones out at Delaware, right? They have extra parking and those seem to work okay.
Right.
So one of the suggestions I made when they came in and were talking with me was to add the extra parking spaces. So with 120 units, there's a 46 extra spaces there, which I think will make this substantially different than the ones that you mentioned that are problems.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I appreciate your concern though.
Yeah.
Other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and go to the audience. Anyone want to speak to this case in favor or opposition? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward. Give us your name and address.
My name's Norma Helliker. I live at 1201 North 86. I do not want it. I'm on septic right now. Our street is not good at all. I've had a cornfield across from me for 30 years. And
So you
I-
do live directly across the street from
Directly across the street.
Okay.
And none of my neighbors want it. Some of them are online, I know that. But I don't know if you're planning on putting in sewer on ours.
Go ahead and address me and we'll
Or
get you
I
an
don't
answer.
know if
That's
they're planning on putting in sewer on our side, because I just retired, fixed income, so there goes my taxes. I gotta pay for sewer. There goes my BPU bill up. I don't know what the plans are.
All right, we'll see if we can get you an answer to that one. Okay.
Okay, and I want to know what it will do to my property taxes, if it's going to raise the value of my house. Is it affordable living or is it a high-end? Those are questions I have, because they did a Zoom thing, but I don't have a computer. That's why I'm here now.
Okay. Well, we're happy you're here.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. We'll just try to get you some answers. Anyone else in the chambers before I go online? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Come forward.
Good evening. My name is Anna Langer. I'm at 8801 State Avenue. I would just like to ask some clarification questions also. With townhouse developments often concentrating more residents and inevitably bringing more vehicles, I was wanting to know, looking at the existing road infrastructure, if it's currently built to single-family standards with narrow width on 86th Street and no sidewalks, how we can address potential safety concerns with this. Given the anticipated increase in vehicle density with the 287 parking positions in this plan, I would like to know if the developer has done any sort of proposed road infrastructure enhancements, traffic studies, or related mitigation strategies north of 86th Street, or sorry, on 86th Street north of State, in between State and Parallel, and if there are planned enhancements, the timeframes for that.
Okay. We'll see if we can get you some answers to that. Anyone else in the chamber? Yes, sir. Anyone else after this gentleman? If so, go ahead and make your way up to the front. And then we're going to go to online. Yes, sir. Name and address. Mark Stumple, 8811 State Avenue. We recently have a development going in behind our houses right now, and I know that the planning staff with the developers that came in for that property had made a point that it needs to be consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. And so in looking at this, I saw that basically in each cardinal direction, it's all single-family homes. And so to maintain that integrity of the area, I would request that the zoning maintain R1 for single family. Okay, that's all. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll now go to online participants, and we will start with John Lindenmeyer. Mr. Lindenmeyer, just need you to unmute yourself, please. Give us your name and address. John Lindenmeyer. It looks like you're unmuted. Go ahead and give us your name and address. Okay, go ahead and try one more time, Mr. Lindenmeyer, to unmute yourself. Okay, we've got you unmuted. Sir, we're unable to hear you. I'm sorry. Anyone else online want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. Mr. Richardson, do you want to come up and address a couple questions with regard to the, I guess, sewers for your development, and then, I guess, an affordability factor as far as, I know it's outside some of the times, sometimes the purview of what we're to be considered, but could you address the affordability aspect of the dwellings, and then address 86th Street and any type of traffic study?
Sure. If Mr. Lindermeyer could type in comments in the chat, I would be happy to answer his questions. I just hate that we can't hear him tonight. For this development, the sewer goes towards the west, so there won't be any sewer mains along 86th Street. They'll serve all the properties from the other side, so there wouldn't be any need for anybody on the east side of 86th Street to connect to sewers. They can keep their septic systems and keep moving along as they are there. You know, their property is independent property, and the value of that properties and what developments happen next to them don't usually have a lot of impact on those, provided they're all similar qualities.
Like properties.
Like properties. As to affordability or high end, this is workforce housing. You can see that it looks very nice. There'll be nice amenities within the subdivision, nice amenities within the development. But it's not a high-end plaza apartment or a high-end townhome in Leawood. But they will be nice, and they will serve a very significant need in the community. I'm going to have Matt talk about the traffic study in a minute, but I do want to mention that along 86th Street, we will be building a sidewalk along 86th Street. And there's already sidewalk along State Avenue, as you know, and the internal sidewalks of the development, per staff comments, will connect to those, so people will be able to get to the bus facilities and, you know, circulate without interacting with the vehicles there. And Matt, you want to talk about the traffic study real quick?
So Matt Slish, Engineering Solutions. Yeah, so the traffic study was performed, studied 86th Street, north and south, studied State, studied the intersections, and no improvements were necessary. The current system can handle the increase in traffic and the current load that's out there.
All right, thank you. Anything else? I'm sorry, go ahead.
And that traffic study was reviewed by Public Works, and they agreed with that assessment. These are technically single-family homes. They are on platted individual lots, even though they're attached by building code. They are single-family units, and I think that they will. You know, obviously they're attractive and nice, and the density is handled very well within the development plan. And so, with that, Mr. Chairman, we'd ask you for the recommendations for approvals this evening, and we thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. I'll now go ahead and go to staff and get their comment.
Sure, just a few additional comments listed in the conditions for approval. So we are requiring them to build 5-foot sidewalk on the west side of North 86th, as well as internal, and install sidewalk along 89th Street that connects to the existing sidewalk network on State Avenue. There are a lot of additional amenity requirements, including adding crosswalks, bike racks. I think they're including visitor parking lots as well as part of the development to eliminate any kind of congestion on the street. So we recommend this for approval with conditions.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff?
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
I kind of do share a concern about the traffic on 86th Street. I mean, if you've ever driven down 86th Street, it is pretty freaking narrow with no curbs. So I would have a concern about that as well. That is not the most developed road, as even Mr. Richardson can probably tell you. So I would have a concern about that. I would share that concern with the neighbors as well. So.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for staff?
You have a question?
Commissioner Beth?
Yeah, was there any impact study on what the school district would be there for that amount of residents? Because it's in Claude High School District, which is a pretty small school. So that would be my concern.
I would have to check into that for you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Jones? Sorry, Commissioner Jones, you're muted.
My apologies. A motion to approve master plan amendment, case number 2025-008, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you for clarifying which one came first. So yes, motion to approve Master Plan Amendment 2025-008 made by Commissioner Jones. Is there a second? Commissioner Ernst, is that a second?
Yes, sir. Move it along.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
No.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Mueller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 4-1.
All right, and 4-1 does it on an approval? All right, thank you. Now I will entertain a motion for the change of zone application. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve change of zone application 2025-014, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
All right, thank you. Change of zone, motion to approve change of zone application 2025-014 made by Commissioner Jones. Is there a second? Commissioner Ernst has the second. Any discussion?
Aye to
Seeing
Rob.
none. Okay, seeing none, roll call, please.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
No.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Mueller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 4-1.
All right, thank you. And finally, the plat 2025-018, Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve plat number 2025-018, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve the plat made by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Ernst once again.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
No.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Mueller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 4-1.
All right, thank you. The master plan amendment and the change of zone application will both be heard on July 31st at 7 PM. The plat is approved. Thank you.
Okay, the next case is change of zone 2025-016. Justin Dixon with Case Ventures, Inc. It is a change of zone from AG Agricultural District to RP5 Planned Apartment District for 297 multifamily residential apartment development at 1498 North 98th Terrace and 1501 North 98th Street. Along with plat 2025-019 Homefield Apartments preliminary plat, and MPL 2025-009, a master plan amendment from commercial to medium density residential at 1498 North 98th Terrace and 1501 North 98th Street. Does anyone have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No.
But on the front of my case, it says 1216 North 86th Street. Is that incorrect?
I might have mistaken. Let me see.
I just want to clarify the addresses are 1498 North 98th Terrace and 1501 North 98th.
Yeah, that's great. That's
All right.
correct.
All right, I'm sorry, then there's just a misprint on my packet. All right, thank you. Go ahead, sir, your name and address.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Aaron March. I'm an attorney with the Rouse Fretz White Goss Law Firm, address 4510 Bellevue in Kansas City. Here tonight on behalf of the applicant, Case and Associates. We have this property under contract, and it's our goal and desire to build these 297 some odd apartment units in the community. Next slide, please. Case and Associates is unique in the apartment world. They build to own. They're not builders and flippers. This is a long-term investment for them. This will be their 5th apartment project in the metropolitan Kansas City area, and they're looking for other sites in Kansas City, Kansas, Wyandotte County, and hope that this is the first of many. They have 3,000 apartment units under management, over 100 assets in their portfolio, over 1,000 employees, 60 apartment communities in 16 different cities. With me tonight is Mr. Scott Case, the president of Case and Associates, Mr. Justin Dixon, real estate analyst with Case and Associates, and our project engineer, Mr. Dan Tanner. Should you have any questions about anything regarding the company or this project, we hope we have the right people here to answer your questions. Next slide. The general location and facts, it's a 21.26 acre site, 23 buildings, 297 apartment units requiring 525 parking spaces. We're providing 561 parking spaces, pool, clubhouse, and other high-end type of amenities. To build this project, we need the area plan amendment, the rezoning from AG to RP5, approval of our preliminary development plan, and the master plan amendment. We are right across the street. This is an old aerial. It's the best I can do. I apologize. We're right across the street to the west from Margaritaville. We are due north of Camping World. We are due west of both Menards and Dairy Farmers of America. And it's a well-built environment. To our far right are the existing Stitch Apartments. So bringing in apartments to this area is not something new for the community. Next slide, please. This is our site plan in context of Margaritaville. This is a little bit better image of the Margaritaville under construction. We fit within all of the infrastructure, all of the planning that was done in advance by Homefield. All of their storm drainage, their water, sanitary, and so on is in place for us to build into from a capacity perspective. Next slide, and we can zoom through these next ones pretty quickly. Again, we're across the street to the west from Margaritaville. That's a view to the southeast beyond Margaritaville to the Stitch Apartments. That's a view to Camping World due south of us. That is a view from the parking lot of Margaritaville to the northwest onto the site that we'd like to buy. That's Dairy Farmers of America, our immediate neighbor to the west, together with the home product store and their storage and staging area. Next slide. This is a view from behind Dairy Farmers across our site to Stitch Apartments. A little bit of a view to the south east again. And this is putting in context, we've come all the way around back to Margaritaville. In the background on the left, Stitch Apartments in the background. Next slide. A little bit closer view of Margaritaville. This is our site in greater detail. I've already run through some of these specifics of the 21.26 acres and the 297 apartment units. Next slide, please. This is a slide not of a rendering. This has actually been built by Case and Associates This is an image of the clubhouse in one of our other properties. This is what the clubhouse will look like on our side on our project. Next slide. Another view of an existing project. This is what we are going to build, building material wise, finishes with the brick you see. This is interior to the site. Quality finishes, quality materials are important to us. We emphasize what's more visible on the exterior to the community, but what's interior is also important as well. Next slide, please. Another view of one of the apartments as built with the brick and the high level of attention to detail and materials. Next slide. This is the clubhouse that exists at one of our communities, and this looks like the clubhouse that we will build at this community. Next slide, please. We agree with staff report in all 36 conditions. We would ask that you tweak or somehow give us a little bit of flexibility to work with staff on final plan. For example, condition number 12 says downspouts shall be painted to match the building, no problem. But then it goes on to say recessed in the corners of the building. The ultimate architecture and design may say the best place to put a downspout may not be in the corner. It may be somewhere else along the roof line. We'd like to work with staff to refine the exact placement. The goals and objectives of these three conditions we absolutely agree with. When staff wrote these conditions, they hadn't seen the pictures of our existing facilities. So we would ask that you modify these three conditions to give us flexibility to work with staff to achieve the goals and objectives of conditions 11, 12, and 13. And that will all appear in the final plan that will come back before you, which we hope you will approve. So tonight's request is to approve the master plan amendment, the change of zoning, and the approval of our preliminary development plan. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have about this project.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, please come forward. If you're online, raise your hand. Once again, seeing none, we'll go to staff and get their comment. And if you would, please address the applicant's request for 11, 12, and 13.
Yeah, sure. Alyssa Morrissey. To address the applicant's request, I did speak to the case planner about those specific changes. I'll put them back on the screen. We do not have any problems with making those changes for those three conditions.
All right, so as far as deleting them, is that correct?
Uh,
Or modify?
Amending them per their responses, so.
Okay,
And we do recommend this for approval.
all right, thank you. Any questions for staff? So the recommendation is for approval and the applicant's amendments to staff conditions 11, 12, and 13.
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
In reading the packet for all this is in the USD 500 school district, or this is in Piper School District? It said 500. I just want to verify.
Is this another one that needs to be checked?
It says 500, right?
It
It
does.
says 500.
Yeah,
I just want to
believe
verify
it
that's
is
true.
500 also.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure where the line of demarcation was for the school
It's
district.
99 or 90 something in Georgia. Yeah, there's a little elbow.
Is there?
around.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, just want to make sure. Thanks.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready, and we'll need three, starting with the master plan amendment. Commissioner Jones,
Motion to approve master plan amendment case number 2025-009, subject to staff stipulations and comments, and that is inclusive of the amending of conditions 11, 12, and 13.
thank you. Motion to approve master plan amendment 2025-009 with the amendments to 11, 12, and 13 conditions made by Commissioner Jones. Is there a second? Seconded, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Now one for the change of zone. Commissioner Jones,
Motion to approve change of zone application 2025-016, subject to staff stipulations and comments, again inclusive of those amendments to conditions 11, 12, and 13.
thank you. Motion to approve change of zone application 2025-016 made by Commissioner Jones with the added stipulations of the amendments of 11, 12, and 13 of the staff comments. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And now on the plat. Commissioner Jones?
Motion to approve plat application 2025-019, subject to staff stipulations and comments, once again inclusive of the amendments to conditions 11, 12, and 13.
Thank you. Motion to approve the plat made by Commissioner Jones with the added stipulations on 11, 12, and 13 of the staff report amendments for approval. Is there a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. The master plan amendment and change of zone application will both go before the Board of Commissioners on July 31st at 7 p.m. Plat is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Dink, I've got you, see your hand up. Do you have a question or are you presenting on this next application
I am presenting on the next application.
for change of zone application 2025-017 with Strickland Construction?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the next one was for,
No,
Mike.
we're getting to
I
you.
apologize.
That's all right. Thank you. We'll get to you next. All right. Mr. Zahner, I've seen you many times here tonight. Go ahead, one more time. Name and address and tell us what you want to do.
My name is Ty Zahner. I live at 7616 Washington Street in Kansas City, Missouri. If you could bring up a site plan, please.
You might talk a little closer to the mic. You're a little hard to hear.
This is also for a self-storage facility. There is 4 buildings. It's a total of 42 units, 48,700 square feet. This is, the access to the site is off of North 103rd Street. Georgia is at the bottom of the page and 435 is running parallel to the site there. Just as a point, this is referred to as like a jumbo storage. So it doesn't really compete with the storage that we presented before. The storage units are 22 feet by 50 feet. So it's just a different style. That's why there's only 42 units. The architecture of the building, if you could go to an architectural page. We've worked with staff to come up with some variations of materials and not be so repetitive. So we've broken up the elevations. We do have some pretty long elevations. Each unit will have a overhead door about 14 by 14 and a walk door with a window. So there'll be natural light coming in. And then there's a tower element at each building corner to give it some architectural interest. We did hold a neighborhood meeting. That's when we received the letter and we are working to address any of their concerns. I would like to put on the drawing where we do want to show this additional silt fencing and, inlet screens for any during construction silt. So we're going to work with RIC to get those on our drawing, which is above and beyond what's required for our property and silt fencing during construction.
All right. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none. Anyone who wants to speak in favor or in opposition? Yes, ma'am.
Hello again.
Yes, your name and address?
I'm Patty Hildebrand, 19315 South Rafferty in Pleasant Hill.
Are you going to read the same letter that you read before?
I'm asking, do I need to read the same letter?
You don't have to, but we can enter that testimony back into the record that we heard
That would be
previously.
fantastic, and then I'll just make a couple of comments.
Sure.
By trade, I am a civil engineer and I run a public works department, so I understand the process that we go through. I understand the criticality of staff to review all of the development applications. So the contractor and the designer have been very helpful, as I said, with the during construction and that sort of thing. But the one thing that we're still concerned about is the assurances by the city that the drainage coming off of this will not enter the lake that the HOA is exclusively responsible for maintaining. As we said, we addressed an issue with Georgia receives water directly from 435 and it runs down the north side and it makes a complete mess and floods all over the place. All of that ends up in the lake, hence our drainage issues. So anything that would then contribute to additional drainage leading down toward the lake is why the HOA is concerned and would appreciate any response and feedback we could receive from the Public Works Department.
All right, thank you very much. Your
Thank you.
concern is noted.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to we'll go to staff. Yeah, I can promote you. Okay, well, if I had that power, I would do that.
Melissa Mercy, Planning. Staff doesn't have too many more comments. We do have heavy screening and landscaping requirements for this project as well, and we recommend approval with conditions.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion and I will need two, this time change of zone and plat.
Commissioner Ward,
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
do you want the plat first or the zone?
Change of zone, please.
I make a motion to approve change of zone 2025-017, subject staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve change of zone application 2025-017 made by Commissioner Ward. Is there a second?
A second.
Seconded by Commissioner Beth. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Your motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And now I'll entertain one for plat 2025-022.
Motion to approve plat 2025-022, subject staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve the plat made by Commissioner Ward. Is there a second?
A second.
Seconded by Commissioner Beth. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Your motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. The change of zone application will be heard one more time at the July 31st meeting of the Board of Commissioners. Your plat is approved. Keep track of that water now.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, our next application is COZ 2025-018, Michael Rhodes. It is a change of zone from CP1 Planned Limited Business District to CP2 Planned General Business District for a grocery store and fueling pumps at 10702 Donahue Road. Does any of the commissioners have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Yes, I have been contacted by numerous citizens in regard to this application.
Commissioner Beth, yes.
All right. Mr. Dink, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. If you would, please start off with name and address.
Certainly. Ryan Dink, McEnany Van Cleveland Phillips, 10 East Cambridge Circle Drive, Kansas City, Kansas 66103. With me on the call today is the applicant, Michael Rhodes. Mr. Rhodes lives on the parcel of land immediately to the west of the proposed site. Mr. Rhodes has an application before you all for a grocery and fueling station at this location. The location is Hutton Road and Donahue at the northwest corner. He is proposing a 12,000 square foot grocery, consisting primarily of healthy and organic foods, which my client feels is a need that is needed out in the Piper area, and then like we see with a lot of grocery stores these days, he is proposing to have a fuel canopy associated with the project. The change of zone application is necessary due to the number of fuel pumps that he's proposing to have. The property is zoned is zone C1, commercial 1. So he could build the grocery with only 3 fuel pumps. But to basically further his business model, he's proposing to add fuel pumps beyond just the three. We have read and received the staff report. We're in support of all the stipulations required in the staff report. Notably, this property is master planned for commercial and has been for some time. Mr. Rhodes ultimately, lives immediately adjacent to this project, and so he's very conscious about what the project means to the surrounding property owners, including himself. We did have a neighborhood meeting. There was a substantial amount of interest from the neighbors. We did basically we did it via Zoom, which was recorded, and we included a transcription of that neighborhood meeting. There were a lot of folks who basically said they just didn't want any development at this site, that they moved out to Piper because they wanted a quiet, non-commercial area, and so they didn't. Not necessarily that they didn't support this project or this application, they just didn't want really anything built on this site. So my client does have commercial zoning on the project, and we do have a master plan which supports the use, and then also a recommendation for approval from city staff. I would note that for the adjacent property owners, there is a substantial setback from where this development is going to occur, along with the substantial grade change. There's a significant grade increase to the homes immediately to the north, and then some grade change for the homes immediately to the west. In addition, there is a large stand of trees, which Mr. Rhodes, via his prior applications and platting, has dedicated to maintain a large tree stand as a green belt between any of the single-family homes surrounding this project. I certainly understand that people would like a quiet neighbor, non-commercial neighbor immediately surrounding them, but Mr. Rhodes bought this property, zoned commercial, and he would like to develop the project for commercial use and the commercial use which he thinks is needed in the area. With that, we'd be happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the commission? Okay, I'm not seeing any at this time, so we will go ahead and open up to public comment. Anyone want to speak to this case in favor? Please come forward. Anyone in favor? Yes, ma'am. Name and address, please.
Hi, I'm Monica Brady with Wyandotte Economic Development Council and soon to be Piper resident at 11419 Webster Avenue. Currently, I live in Topeka for 10 more days. So I'll soon be in Piper. This would affect me.
Well, welcome.
Yeah, so thanks for having me tonight, but I am here representing both myself and Wyandotte Economic Development Council for this development at Donahue and Hutton Road. The business owner is a longtime Wyandotte County resident, committed to enhancing the community, and noted by the staff report, it follows the master plan and will not impact property values with the natural tree line buffer between the proposed businesses and the properties and this property behind it. The development is the highest and best use of the land on a hard corner with a traffic light that's already in place. The slight zoning adjustment, as it is already zoned commercial, allows expanded services, improving convenience for the Piper area. Residents like having amenities close by, and we often see on social media residents asking for neighborhood services like this to reduce the need to go into the Legends area or even the neighboring community of Leavenworth County. This project adds commercial diversity to predominantly residential tax base and supports everyday local needs. And we believe this is a smart and community-driven opportunity, and we respectfully ask for your support.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, good evening. My name is Kim Brown, and I am at 4909 North 131st Drive in Piper. I am coming to you this evening with a little bit of context. I am a licensed real estate professional, and I have been directly involved in 4 real estate transactions that actually share property line with this property. So over the years, I have been exposed to a lot of conversations regarding what could happen on this particular parcel. It is zoned commercial. And so while a lot of the other projects that have been presented did not push through, I agree with, they weren't local. They didn't understand what our community needs. They were bigger companies coming in trying to enforce change into what we've become and loved so much about our community. I stand before you tonight just to talk a little bit about the fact that this is a lifelong Wyandotte County resident that's looking to put this project on the map. This gentleman lives next to the project, and so I think we would all agree that if you're going to do something that's going to benefit the area in which you live, you wouldn't do something that would negatively affect your property value. I also just want to give some context that the idea of us having someone local who's lived in Wyandotte County for 60+ years has made a commitment, and I would encourage that as this continues forward, that he wants to give back to the community. And so I would love that as this gets approved and things continue to come to fruition, that the 5 cents per gallon that he was committing to donate to Piper is something that we hold him to be accountable. He does have 2 daughters that graduated from Piper High School, and it's been my understanding, after I spent time visiting with him to understand what he was trying to bring to life, that they'd actually be running that. And I think that's something we should be proud of, that when we talk about Piper High School bringing back the people who've graduated to come and serve in the community, this should be something we'd want to support. And so I love that idea, so much so, and Mr. Palmer said it great earlier, that change is coming. And if we're going to embrace the change and potentially a need for a gourmet market and fueling stations that our patrons and our community members will clearly use, probably more so than apartments that we've passed this evening, I think these type of services on this location that it was designed to have would be better for us to allow someone who's local, understands the people, and is from Wyandotte County to better what we have in our community compared to allowing a sale, which I've watched in the past try to go through from a national developer or someone outside of our community to try to bring something and push the idea of a convenience store on that corner. So I just want you to think about the idea. We've got someone from Wyandotte who is an original Dot, lives next to the property, wants to invest and give back and serve the community in which he lives in and has lived in his whole life in a way that I think would be much better alternative than putting it on the market and selling it to someone who doesn't understand who we are. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in favor? I've got a couple of people online. I'm going to go to Bradbury first. Bradbury, need you to unmute and give us your name and address, please.
We're trying. Okay.
My name is Donald Bradbury. I live at 5211 North 108th Street, Kansas City, Kansas.
And I'm his wife, Nancy.
Okay.
Okay.
We've lived out here all of our adult life
48
in the
years.
Piper area.
Yes.
And I am opposed to this thing being down there.
Okay, one
that
second. I
area.
just want to make, because I'm asking for people that wanted to speak
Oh,
in favor, so
in
hang on one
favor.
second.
Oh,
Never
dear.
mind.
No,
dear.
you're fine. Hang on one second. Hang on
Okay.
one second.
Okay.
It's all his fault. It's Mr. Bradbury's fault. It's certainly not yours, ma'am. Hang on one second. Anyone else want to speak in favor before we go to the Bradburys? Okay. All right. You know what? You're in luck. So now we're going to talk to anybody that's opposed, and we're going to start with you both.
All right.
Thank you.
Again, this is Donald. Yeah, we've got a situation out here where this area is just all farmland at one time, and it's very peaceful, and we want to keep it quiet. And another thing is that there is a junior high school
And
about
an
a,
elementary.
yeah.
Within a mile.
Within a mile of that location. And also there's not very far away up near the Legends, there's already gasoline and grocery stores.
Yes.
So why do we want to have, something like that out in the middle of the country? We just don't want it. Thank you. My
Plus-
wife's on.
Plus the fact that that is a very busy intersection. And, I can't see anything but accidents going on there because it is busy all the time. And it just really concerns us.
Okay, thank you very much. And you guys have been a lot of fun. So I'm glad you piped up tonight.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna stay online since the Bradbury's got us rolling, and then we'll come back. How about Cynthia?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I want to raise my hand to oppose.
Okay, Cynthia, give us your name and address, please.
My name is Cynthia Shepherd. I live at 3929 North 108, so this would be right in my backyard.
Okay.
And I would oppose it. I think that will lead to a lot of noise, trash, pollution, and my main concern is an increase in crime. And I know that they have said that this is a proposal of a local person. Well, this local person has proposed this before. I think we've had maybe 3 proposals for something similar to this to be built out there, and the neighborhood has stood against it. And so I am opposed to this proposal.
All right, thank you very much. We'll now go to Ivana Lopez.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. My name is Ivana Lopez. I live at 12341 Hurlbrink Road. So I'm a little bit west, but I drive through the Hutton and Donahue intersection pretty much every day. In my opinion, I'm reading off some bullet points so I can kind of stay on task here. In my opinion, this kind of high traffic commercial project just doesn't fit here, especially the fueling station aspect. I think I could be more on board with the local grocery store, but the fueling station is kind of what hangs me up on this project. My family, I have a husband and a kid, and I'm sure many other families in Piper, this was kind of the best when we were looking to buy a home. This was the best fit for us because we weren't surrounded by the kind of commercial overdevelopment we were seeing in other parts of the metro, like in Johnson County. And that, is a big part of why we enjoy Piper and want to continue living here. We're already dealing with a lot of traffic congestion, especially during the peak hours when school lets out, when work lets out, when I have to go pick up my daughter, and all of the people coming off of 435 are trying to get on 435 kind of backs things up in this intersection. And I also feel like in the Piper community, we are kind of overwhelmed by what feels like constant construction with new homes, road work, infrastructure projects on 435 that already kind of strain our daily lives and trying to get in and out of the Piper area. And another item I would like to note, there are no sidewalks in this part of Piper, or my part of Piper really. So you have a lot more vehicle traffic where I would have to drive in myself. I couldn't walk from my house to this grocery store. And having more vehicles where more pedestrians, especially children, with the schools being up on Hutton, is not a safe area. It's not just inconvenient, it is dangerous. I think Piper deserves development that reflects its values. It's safe, quiet, family friendly. I think we'd be better served by something like a cafe or a public park. There's not a lot of those in Piper either. Projects that really enhance kind of our values and community without compromising safety or livability. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Okay, I've got Derek Fike. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Derek?
Yep, Derek Fike. I live at 7931 McGurk Road, Kansas City, Kansas. So we're on the Wyandotte County Lakeside. We just want to agree with others in opposition that it seems rather unnecessary. We can keep the large improvements with apartments, gas stations, Buc-ee's down towards Legends and reserve this area for a quieter, more localized neighborhood.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else want to speak? Now we'll go to the chamber. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak? Okay, please come forward. Yes, sir. Name and address.
Mr. Chairman, Scott Holt. I live at 4033 Independence Boulevard. I've lived in Piper for 22 years, and as Cynthia had mentioned, a similar attempt has been made a few times to rezone this property and bring in additional gas pumps. I believe the homeowner presenting, had his home up for sale within the last 5 years, so I don't think that him staying here is a guarantee after the property is built or renovated. We have plenty of gas stations within a few miles of our neighborhood. I think both of the intersection that we talked about with Donahue and Hutton would need additional improvements on both of those, like Cynthia mentioned, and brought up some great points there as well. I also like to list out some of the concerns with building something that has a convenience store or gas station, and the gas pump specifically. Environmental and health concerns, soil and groundwater contamination, air pollution, noise pollution, health risks by getting exposure to gasoline fumes, light pollution, neighborhood impact and quality of life, property value decline, visual blight, traffic congestion, loss of community character, which Cynthia also talked about, increased litter and loitering. And litter has been something that I've seen on Donahue frequently. My wife and I go out there and pick up garbage. I can tell you the homeowner that lives there currently next to that property, Jason, who's presenting today, does not clean up the area around and across the street and on Donahue. I do not see him contributing there. Crime and safety. This will be an attraction of crime, risk of explosion and fires potentially, pedestrian safety risks, increased DUI and DWI risk, and regulatory, legal, and zoning issues. Obviously, we're talking about those here. And then economic and market risks, changing fuel economy, negative brand perception, all those things are negative. But again, I like to echo Cynthia. I did a great job of talking about other things that we could bring into this neighborhood to improve our life here.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Next. Yes, sir. Name and address.
Hi, my name is Jerry Pence, 4022 108th Terrace, Kansas City, Kansas. Me and my wife just moved here about 3 years ago for the reasons that many of our neighbors have said, to enjoy the ecosystem that we have already, the residential area that we already have. We have major concerns. As it is, we already have signs saying that no large trucks going through that area from the highway going to that direction. I know he said in our meeting before that the roadways would accommodate those big rigs coming in, bringing in the oil, bringing in all the trash out, and bringing in the deliveries. However, they're not. The zoning that is currently there, a lot of us would approve, like we talked earlier, for different buildings that would come in that we would agree with. But something this size will damage our ecosystem. There's already falcons, hawks, a mating pair in the area that we have yet to determine whether it is of an endangered species or not. Me and my wife are actually looking at that right now with pictures. We already pay taxes, so the taxes from the gas we're paying. It's not, it's great that he would be donating it to a school, but we are the taxpayers now. And so we would like for the city to consider our community in this decision now, not what might happen, what might change, or what might damn our area for these changes. We have bad traffic as it is. Many people who work in this area are in the medical field. They have to get to the hospital within a certain amount of time. They have to live 20 minutes away. It's perfect for those people moving in, doctors, that need to get into town within that amount of time. If we change this, we will lose those residents going forward. I worked in the industry for 15 years. I know the crime, the loitering, how much smell will come from those trash cans that are going to be out back. The amount of food that is thrown away nightly that is going to cause more and more problems with our community. And it's going to affect our mortgages. People might go under on the mortgage if it falls down. And before the construction goes in, estimated amounts are 3 to 5% loss in your property value. After construction goes, it goes up to 10, and it could go up to as high as 25% once he's done with construction for a suburb of our type.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else?
Hi, my name's Tony Burks. I live at 4066 North 107th Terrace. I'm opposed to this because I don't think we need another gas station. You know, he's marketing it as a grocery store, but a 12,000 foot grocery store is pretty small in my mind. Hen house is at 82nd and Parallel. It's 27,000, 28,000 square feet, which I feel that hen house is pretty small. There's 3 grocery stores within 3 miles of the location. There's Walmart, Aldi's, and Sam's. I don't want to pay higher prices for a smaller grocery store. I'm gonna drive to go get it somewhere else. There's 5 gas stations within 3 miles of this location also. So I don't see when my fuel light comes on, I got 10 miles. So I don't see a reason why we need another gas station. You just approved another one that's 6 blocks away from another one on State Avenue. I don't understand why we need so many gas stations at KCK. My understanding is this isn't going to be open 24 hours a day, which means you're going to have pumps that are going to work 24 hours a day, which means you're going to have crime because you're going to have people there 24 hours a day, and the police aren't going to know if they're getting gas or if they're committing crimes. I know it's zoned commercially already, and I understand it's going to get developed sooner or later, but I don't think we need another gas station. It's my opinion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. How many more folks do we have that want to speak? Just so I can keep track. 1, 2, we got 3 more? Okay. Yes, sir.
Hi, hold on a second. My name is Phil Weiser. I live at 4012 North 108th Street. My house would be one of the properties that is very close to the north end of the setup there. I personally, I like the owner. He's an amazing entrepreneur and businessman. For different things that he does, and he has a line of fishing accessories that he sells through Walmart and things like that. So he's been very successful. I guess my problem with a lot what everyone else has is we're moving from a CP1 to a CP2 primarily because apparently gas pumps are like the big main money driver for everybody. I mean, we've heard it on earlier proposals tonight. And I'm just kind of curious how the master plan determines the CP1. Because I tried to look around in that entire area, and that was the only CP1 I saw for miles around there. It's all agriculture or something like that. So I was a little, had a little bit of a question about how we got to CP1 in the first place, which is why I understand why he bought it. I mean, it's certified retail, doesn't have to go through anything like that. But the other CP2 gas stations though that are around in the area, none of them are as adjacent up to or as thick a network or a neighborhood housing as as the one he's proposing to get there. The closest one you get there is on Casey's on 130th and State, where you've got those townhomes just to the north of that. But then again, that's state, that's a 4-lane. There are certain areas where it makes sense. And I'm not trying to be anti-development, because I agree, we got to get with that. If it was just a grocery store, I'd probably be much more inclined to it there. But I guess the gas station feels like we're going for trying to get the people off of 435 and, they're coming off the interstate, as well as, the people coming in from the area there, that we just need to, we're just trying to get the money so they can afford the grocery store. I'm a little concerned that he's naming this store, last I heard anyway, was Sprout and Vine. Okay, now from what he did 6 years ago, he went in and made a permission for a convenience store, gas station, and a liquor store. To me, that kind of looks like, a possibility in 5 or 6 years here that he may be trying to go to turn in the liquor store. Take 5,000 of that 12,000 square feet into it. It's not in the plans or anything like that, but once it's been made to a CP2, there's not much, that's one step further down the line that he will have gotten towards that goal, if that's, truly what's happening. I just kind of feel like deja vu coming back from when the last time we was here. I guess those are my only comments regarding that then.
All right, thank you very much.
Hi.
Hi.
Angela Cunningham, 4003 North 107th Terrace. And I'm going to read, it'll be a little bit pointed, but I'm not going to go over a lot of the points that have already been brought up.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Just to a few things that I thought is important to touch base on that maybe hasn't already been brought up. Ultimately, my home is less than 200 feet from this location. So basically right in the back of my house is a tree line, and then where this is proposed to go. I do understand there's, they're trying to be thoughtful about it with maintaining some of that tree line. I've spent one winter there, and I can tell you when that tree line is gone. I mean, and the homes are built higher up, so there is grading. So we will look down on it, or they'll look up into our homes. Obviously not wanting that. With the 24/7 gas pumps. And then there's no security detail planned out for that. So it's going to be 24/7 operating without any kind of security detail on that with our homes right there and visibility. I think our homes are going to bear the cost in traffic, safety, sleep, property values, and the public doesn't get anything we don't already have, as everyone said, with the grocery stores and gas stations around. And let's see, our home values already been touched upon. Traffic impact study. I'm concerned about the traffic, obviously, and safety there. I do think it's nice that there was an offer for the school donations. I just don't think that the zoning justifications, we pay for that in our taxes. But I won't harp on the things I already mentioned. Thank you for your consideration.
And thank you. Thank you for being respectful of our time too. Thank you. Got a couple more, right?
Sorry. Hi, my name's Hannah Lang. I live at 3941 North 108th Court. My home is actually featured on the blueprints, and I live within 200 feet of the rezoning applicated property. I would greatly appreciate if the commission would consider rejecting this rezoning application. I'm not opposed to a business going into this location, but I am opposed to this specific business at this specific location. This is our first home that we've ever purchased. We purchased it in 2024 due to a job residency requirement and invested our savings into home ownership. We plan to stay in this home for years to come. But unfortunately, we did experience the winters here. The tree line separating our property and the proposed gas station those leaves die in the winter, unfortunately. So you can look down. Our grading, like I said before, is up above this property, so we can look down into it. So we are concerned about light pollution, both from both cars and from the storefront, as well as noise due to the traffic at all hours in the night. If this is because it will be 24/7 hour gas pumps available from the comfort of our dining room, living room, and bedroom, because we can see out those windows and we can see down into that area. We know that the proposal does include a tree plan, but unfortunately, I suspect that those trees will take time to mature, and we're not really sure how long that will take. So we may forever see this being built, we may not. It's unsure right now. There are several comments that were brought up during the neighborhood meeting, which included crime, proximity to similar businesses, and worry about liquor, vape, and tobacco product sales. There was the comment that crime was a concern just because you can see up into those properties during the winter time. And then also we've got, as said before, there's 5 different gas stations and 3 other grocery stores within a 4-mile radius, not to mention the Buc-ee's that will eventually be coming to the Legends area. And the proposer has promised that there will be no liquor, vape, or tobacco products sold at the location for right now, but that doesn't say that that doesn't change down the road. Subsequently, that can lead to crime, air pollution, and public disturbances. Regarding traffic, our closest neighborhood exit is just west of Donahue and the Hutton intersection. During peak tides, it can actually take several minutes to turn east onto Donahue. So we can only imagine what that traffic will look like once there's more traffic coming into that gas station and grocery store area. We are also concerned about the environmental harms. We do back up to property, so we actually regularly capture wildlife on our cameras within our home. This includes a variety of wildlife, including deer, raccoons, opossums, a pair of barred owls, coyotes, blue-gray heron, eastern gray squirrels, moles, bobcats, feral cats, frogs, hawks, and a variety of migratory and non-migratory birds. I also worry about the potential impacts with gas storage on the property, potential fires if this is abandoned in the future. How's it going to impact the soil and the property surrounding it? And that, I think, concludes what I've got to offer.
All right, thank you very much.
Dana Bai, 10708 Augusta Drive. I was unable to attend the neighborhood meeting, and I am here to voice my opposition to this application. I have also been here in the past to voice my opposition to the prior applications for gas stations. Quite simply, I believe sticking a gas station literally in the middle of a quiet residential area is incredibly inconsiderate and it only seeks to undermine our residential quality of life and property values. Despite Mr. Rhodes' statement in the application that the Piper area desperately needs grocery and fuel services, this is very much not the case. A simple MapQuest search reveals that there are 6 grocery options under 9 miles from this location. 4 of those 6 are under 3 miles. That same search reveals that there are 7 gas stations under 6 miles from this location. 5 of those 7 are under 3.5 miles. Add in a new Buc-ee's with its 120 pumps only a mere 4.5 miles away. We simply do not need this. Please listen to the residents opposed to this application and ask yourself if you would choose to live that closely to a gas station. Added traffic to an already congested intersection, including trucks, and drawing unnecessary highway traffic into our neighborhoods is not something that I want. Additionally, while I am not a school finance expert, I'm pretty sure that the idea of donating money directly to the school via some contract is not how it all works legally. And while it may be a great soundbite, it still comes down to a gas station closer to our homes than we are saying that we want. Yes, Mr. Rhodes owns this property and lives right next door. He has also tried to sell his home and this property in the past, and absolutely nothing stops him from choosing to not live next door to this gas station in the future, while the rest of us would be stuck with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Palmer.
Neil Palmer, 2600 North 131st Street, also property owner, just about a mile west of this. I'm sorry, but I can't resist. But this is a classic case of when we're talking about master plan amendments and changes in zoning, why it's vitally important. Here's a zoning that got established some time ago by all good reasons, and we keep kicking the can on this. And we got to figure out some way if we're going to change zoning and people don't come through with what they promise, how do we revert back to what we were before? I don't know what that is. I don't know what it looks like, but people are inheriting things with good intentions. And you can see why this is vitally important, especially in the Piper community with everything else going on. We have to get back to the basics of what are we doing? Why are we doing it? Where does it belong? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? You're already done, sorry. Okay, that will close the public portion of the meeting. I'm going to ask Mr. Dink to, not to step up to the mic, but to unmute. And do you want to address some of the concerns expressed by the neighbors with regard to traffic? Probably one of the big ones for that intersection. Any type of road improvements planned? Litter, large trucks coming off the highway bringing fuel and supplies. Let's see, security, the 24/7 operation. Why don't we start with that?
Sorry, which point?
You know what? You pick. I'll let you know if you get off
Okay.
track or if you forget.
All right. Okay, so yeah, I'll try to tackle as much of this as I can. In terms of the buffer from this proposed project to adjacent residential, I understand that, if you live immediately adjacent to it, it may feel very close. But in the development community, relatively speaking, this is a extremely significant buffer. I measure from the back of Mr. Rhodes's proposed building to the rear of the closest home immediately adjacent to him is 275 feet. Not measured property line to property line, but from the actual, point of his development to the rear of the homes, it's 275 feet, which is almost a football field. As I said before, there's significant grade change. We've got topographical studies in our project. There is actually a 45-foot grade change. Mr. Rhodes's project will sit 45 feet lower with a significant hill to buffer it from the adjacent properties immediately to the north and similarly up to the northwest corner. That also creates a significant buffer. The unified government on a lot of projects, like if you go down by Walmart, what they do is they have Walmart add, say, an 8-foot or a 10-foot berm. Here we've got a 45-foot berm. And on top of that berm, you've got a significant tree stand, which Mr. Rhodes, as part of his prior replat, has dedicated to remain as a tree stand for a permanent buffer between any of the adjacent homes to his proposed development. I know you folks that this is the condition you've had and you've lived with for a long time. But in terms of reasonable expectations for buffering for adjacent development, the buffering here is very significant. So I do want to point that out, and you planning commissioners, you've got the topos in your packet, so you can see how significant of a grade change there is there. Just like on all commercial developments these days, we're going to have to do a light study. We're going to have cutoff lights. With the advent of LED lights, light spillage is greatly reduced from the days when we were doing pressure sodium. Certainly unified government staff will hold our feet to the fire on that. Mr. Rhodes, on traffic, Mr. Rhodes does have a traffic study. He will be required to submit that as part of final plan review. And his proposed traffic, he's proposing to build various traffic improvements at the intersection, including turn lanes, as recommended by the professionals. His traffic study shows that the traffic at this intersection does still pass. In terms of deliveries, we can we can talk about permitted delivery times and work with the neighbors on that if that is a real concern. Do that regularly on all kinds of developments, and so I'm sure Mr. Rhodes would be willing to do that. In terms of security concerns, Mr. Rhodes committed as part of the neighborhood meeting, at least during operating hours, that he would have on-site live security there during the operating hours. But if the after-hours operation and surveillance cameras is what we need to do for the period between other than 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., we're certainly willing to do whatever is required there. Let's see, crime, I'm not sure why crime for a gourmet / organic grocer with pumps. I haven't, in my experience in doing development for the last 28 years, that isn't a development which is typical to drive crime. I generally, when we were at the neighborhood meeting, I heard the concerns from neighbors that any sort of commercial development, the thought was any commercial development on this site would drive crime. It would bring people who might be inclined to commit criminal acts. Again, this site is zoned commercial. It has been zoned commercial. It's been master planned for decades and decades and gone through multiple master plans to be developed as commercial. Mr. Rhodes is simply proposing to follow through on that. The comment about the donation to the Piper schools and violating school finance. Piper has an educational foundation, and they take charitable donations, which is what this would be. We are not proposing to supplement the state funding formula. Rather, we're proposing to make in-kind contributions to the foundation, which is what Mr. Rhodes has already talked to the school district about. Mr. Chairman, if there's anything on the list that I haven't talked about, then let me know.
Okay, I'm just curious, has a traffic study been done?
Yes.
It's for you or staff. And everybody's fine with that intersection with the additional traffic that this project would generate? I wouldn't say fine, but they're saying that it's capable of handling that traffic. Anyone?
We've got a traffic study. I think it would be required to be submitted as part of final plan review. It was not a requirement at this stage, but we have a traffic study that's already been done. We've already paid for it. It says that the intersection passes even with our development.
Okay, all right, I think that probably covers most of it. At this time, any final questions for the developer before I go to staff? All right, we're going to go ahead and close. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, can I add one thing?
Sorry, go ahead.
The comment came up multiple times that this applicant has come through on this project and proposed this same thing, meaning the convenience store in the past. Mr. Rhodes was not the applicant on that. That was a third party who had the property under contract, who ran multiple C stores throughout the Kansas City area. Mr. Rhodes just had an option contract with that individual. He was not the applicant for the C store or the liquor store. That was somebody else.
Okay, that is correct. Commissioner Jones, you have a question?
Yes, I just wanted to ask the question about it's already zoned CP1, and I think it's because of the desire for the petitioner to have additional fuel pumps that's causing this request for the change of zone. My question is, what's really driving that? Because if they were able to work within the confines of CP1, especially, and I'm asking this question because there's significant public opposition. And I remember being here before, and there were, even if it was a different petitioner, I recall significant public opposition. And so the lesson learned for developers perhaps is Why not stay within the confines of CP1? That's my question. What's driving going from CP1 to CP2?
So CP1 has 3 pumps, and I don't think you can really drive by any modern fueling station, whether it's at Hy-Vee or associated with Price Chopper or Costco or any convenience store out there that is building only 3 pumps. If people see that the pumps are busy, they'll just keep on driving. So my client has done, based on his surveys, based on the traffic in the area, his market research shows that more than 3 pumps are needed.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions before I go to staff? All right, close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff, get their comment.
Melissa Marcy, Planning. I do want to make a note that the Planning and Urban Design Department did receive opposition. We did not receive any support. You can see that on the screen there. Based on our staff report, we do have stipulations. I just want to clarify that the conditions are that the grocery store and the convenience store are from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. and it's just the pumps that are 24/7 based on the staff report. But with that, just based on our code review, we recommend approval with conditions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion when ready.
Commissioner Ward,
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
I want to make a motion to deny change of zone 2025-018. Due to it doesn't fit the content of the neighborhoods and in the issue with the high traffic area. I know what the study says, but every study we've ever come across up here always says that the area can handle the traffic. So at this point, I tend not to believe those anymore.
All right, thank you. Motion for denial made by Commissioner Ward of change of zone application 2025-018 due to the project not being consistent with the neighborhood
Consistent
and
neighborhood.
traffic concerns. Noted. All right, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Beth. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Nay.
Jones.
Aye.
Was that an aye?
Yes.
Moeller,
Nay.
okay, so it is 3-2. Does that still carry?
No, for a valid action, we need at least 4 votes either way.
The chairman can vote.
That's correct.
All right.
Okay.
Chair rules in favor of the motion.
Okay, you're in favor. Okay, so it'd be 4-2. So it does carry.
All right, this change of zone application will be heard once again before the Board of County Commissioners at 7 p.m. on July 31st. Thank you all for being here tonight, and thank you for your testimony.
Okay, our next application is SP 2025-020. Catherine Dimovich is a renewal of a special use permit for heavy truck parking at American Hotel at 7949 Split Log Avenue. Does anyone have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No.
Ms.
Okay.
Numovich, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. If you would, please go ahead and give us your name and address. Tell us what you needed, what you'd like to do.
Hi, my name's Catherine Dumovich from McInerney Van Cleveland Phillips, 10 East Cambridge Circle Drive in Kansas City, Kansas. We are here tonight, and I have a representative of the motel with you all in person there, Pamela, to answer some questions as well. But we are here tonight to request a renewal of a special use permit to let the motel allow tractor trailer parking. This has been renewed by the motel since about 2018, so we're just here again to ask for approval for a renewal again.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for this applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in opposition or, I'm sorry, in favor or in opposition? Please come forward or raise your hand. Seeing no one, we'll go to staff and get their comment.
Melissa Marcy Planning. So this case, we have not had any open violations since 2023, and the SUP would be for a period of 2 years. So staff is recommending approval with conditions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? Commissioner Ernst.
In regard to the 2 years, are we limited to that by code, or could it be for a longer term?
Special use permits, the code states that they start off at 2 years, except for certain short-term rentals. So as of right now, that is what the code says.
They start off at 2 years, but this is their third pass, I believe, at least. If it's 2 years, that's fine. They have been good stewards lately of the hotel. The trucks were never really an issue. Just a question of how often they have to come back.
Right, beyond the first one, the code is silent, so that would be up to planning staff.
That's what I thought.
So the recommendations for how many years?
Currently, it's 2, and this is their 4th.
This is their 4th renewal? And so the recommendation now is for another 2?
Yes.
So we can change, can we make a change if we want to? All right. Commissioner Ernst, did you hear that?
Yes, sir. I was pretty sure.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Jones, question?
No, well, I was just going to echo the sentiment that Commissioner Ernst was saying. I recall for other cases when we've had a renewal multiple times. I know we've done, I thought, at least 5 years.
Yeah.
They had been good stewards of it, so I would be in favor of more years if it sounds like they've been doing what they needed to do.
Okay, Commissioner Moeller?
I think it's my understanding is 2, 5, 10. So if they're on their 4th one, I would think they would be eligible for 10 years.
Yep.
We're going to legal.
All right, this is Mike Farley with legal. The code actually, except for short-term rentals, there is actually no codification outside of that initial 2-year term. Again, planning staff can speak more to that, but it's my understanding that it has just simply been policy to follow or to increase terms as they've gone along.
Yeah.
Commissioner Jones, did you have a follow-up?
I was just only going to comment for sake of consistency, because I thought that was beyond like Airbnb rentals, again, on multiple renewals. So.
Well, the recommendation at this time is for 2 years, correct? But we have the capability to change that if we like. Okay. Without further questions on that, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion for whatever term you'd like to put out in a motion. Commissioner Ernst.
I move the Kansas City Planning Commission recommend approval of petition SP 2025-020, subject to staff stipulations, but with an amendment to 5 years.
Okay, motion for approval made of special application 2025-20 for a period of 5 years made by Commissioner Ernst, subject to all staff stipulations. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. Any any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. This will be heard once again, July 31st, 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners.
Thank
The
you.
next application is SP 2025-023 Doug and Carry Tree. It is a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 347 North 118th Street. Does anyone have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No.
Nope. Okay.
Doug and Carrie Tree. Okay, there we go. Yeah, if you hear your application, come on up.
Sorry.
Yes, sir. That's right. Go ahead.
Doug Tree,
Yep.
347 North 118th Street.
Yes, go ahead and tell us what you'd like to do.
So this is for a special use permit. This home is on the corner of 118th Street and I-70. So it's right next to the freeway. To the west, you can see is the golf course. Behind is the speedway. We have one neighbor, the Sharers. They're really nice. And yeah, so I've had experience managing short-term rentals in and out of the state, and we ask for the approval on this one and open to any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for this applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Seeing none, we'll go to staff and get their comment.
RC Planning. So this is a non-owner occupied, because of the size and the number of guests allowed, a state lodging license will also be required. Staff is recommending approval for 1 year with conditions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff?
That lodging inspection was passed.
Okay. Commissioner Ernst.
Simply that 16 seems like a lot, which is what my notes say. That was to staff.
I'm sorry, is it for 16 individuals?
This is a large home. There are 2 king beds, 2 queens, 6 twins. Our average guest count is between 8 to 10. Rarely do we have more. We personally limit it to 14, but that's on a rare occasion, and we don't allow more at the property beyond that anyways. And we will also have strict curfew rules. As you can see, there's a pickleball court with lights that automatically turn off at 10 p.m. via Wi-Fi. There's plenty of parking on the property, no street parking. This is right next to the Legends area in the Speedway with a long driveway that's on the freeway side away from any of the homes in the neighborhood.
All right.
In my opinion, an ideal location for Airbnb that won't, really bother a residential area.
It's just a large number. I mean, it's
Yeah.
I'm not even sure that I've seen one where we've allowed 16 people, but
Gotcha.
so I share Commissioner Ernst's.
Yeah, no, it's a valid concern. Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Ernst, are you satisfied with the response for the moment?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? I'm sorry, anybody in favor or opposed to this application, please raise your hand or come forward. Seeing none, we'll go to staff and get their comment.
Staff recommends approval for 1 year, as a non-owner occupied STR. And like I said earlier, because of the size, they would need their state lodging license, which they said they've received, so.
And I'm sorry, so it is, your recommendation is for 16 and how many cars?
So it's 6. is
Six.
the- yeah.
16 and 6?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions for staff? And for 1 year. All right. If not, I'll take a motion.
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
I make a motion to approve special use permit 2025-023 for 1 year with actually, I'm gonna make a change though to this, is the gentleman himself said no more than 14, so why don't we go ahead and make that the number of 14 instead of 16?
All right, 6 cars.
6 cars would be fine.
All right, so the motion for approval is for special use permit 2025-023 for 1 year 14 occupants and 6 cars. Is there a second? Commissioner Jones?
That's a second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. This will be heard once again, July 31st, 7 PM, Board of Commissioners
Thank you.
in this room.
Okay, the next application is SP 2025-030. Greg Forres with Stratton Energy is a special use permit for a battery storage facility with H occupancy classification at 1 Kansas Avenue. Does anyone on the commission have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good
Name and
evening,
address.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Aaron March. I'm an attorney with the Rouse Fretz White Goss Law Firm, address 4510 Bellevue. Here today representing Stratton. Also with me in the room is Mr. Greg Forres. He's the engineer plant manager for Stratton. Right away, I'll tell you that we agree with the staff report and the recommendations with one request. And I'll explain the history in a minute. You'll see this is a little bit unusual for a special use permit, and we are therefore requesting that you grant us a special use permit for 10 years, not the 2 recommended in the staff report. The location, we're at the southeast corner of Kansas Avenue and Railroad Street, totally surrounded by industrial development and industrial uses. The next slide is a view east from Kansas Avenue. Stratton is located to your right-hand side. Kansas Avenue and the railroad track are immediately to our west. Next slide. This is a view looking to the southeast from Kansas Avenue. The Kansas Avenue Bridge, now not functional, would be to the left, and that is our complex, our building immediately in the background. Next slide. Next slide. As I mentioned, we are totally surrounded by industrial uses. M3 is immediately to the north, to the south, and to the west, with the river being to our east. Next slide, please. These are these are pictures. You can just go through these buildings, the pictures really quickly of the existing building where we operate our facility. Our request is approve a special use permit at this location to continue operating a distribution facility. We do not manufacture at this facility and will never manufacture at this facility. We manufacture at our facility at 3001 Fairfax Traffic Way. About 3 years ago, about 2 years ago, we relocated from our facility at 501 Kindleberger. That was our distribution facility. And we're here tonight, not so much because of the use, but because when we moved, the fire marshal decided to change our fire code use classification from an S1, which doesn't require a special use permit, to an H4. It is that change of fire code classification. We don't agree with the fire marshal, but we've agreed. We've worked everything out with him. We've worked everything out with staff. And one of the conditions is that we get this special use permit required solely by the change of the use classification. In the 17 years that we were at 501 Kindleberger, we didn't need a special use permit. The fire marshal classified us as an S1, changed their mind, and we appealed that, and this is the resolution of that appeal. So we've been in operations and doing what we want to do here at 1 Kansas Avenue. We've been in operations in Wyandotte County for over 17 years. We want to continue that operations. We've got 200 in total. We have 220 total employees, 25 of whom work at this facility. We're reliant on this special use permit to sell the batteries that we sell nationwide. We're a leader, next slide, please. We're a leader in selling lead acid batteries. If you've seen the forklift trucks that are battery operated, they probably got their batteries from us. If you look out your airplane window and you've seen those trucks that power the planes to get them started, those batteries powering those airplanes probably came from us here in Wyandotte County. We're proud of our operations, and we want to continue to distribute. Next slide. Distribute. We don't manufacture. These are typical of the batteries that are stored in racks until they're shipped out to the customers. Next slide, please. This is a floor plan of our distribution center. This floor plan, the additional fire enhancements, fire protections, everything that's been requested from us by the fire marshal to protect the firefighters in case there is a fire. We've done them. We've agreed to them. Not a problem. This is the last hoop that we're jumping through to resolve this difference of opinion. Next slide. So we're requesting that you grant approval of our special use permit for 10 years, not for 2 years. We've got a large investment in Wyandotte County at our manufacturing facility and our distribution facility that's been in place for a long time. It's reliant on this special use permit. And as has been mentioned previously, it is the way you've done business before. A first-time special use permit is 2 years, and then you can grant 5 or 10 at your pleasure. We've been operating without a special use permit lawfully. It was determined for some reason or another that we needed the special use permit. So we're a little bit different than everybody else. We've been in the community, have no issues with codes compliance or any other municipal infractions. We think we're a good corporate citizen, and we'd like to keep all the jobs we've got here. Getting this 10-year special use permit would help us in our corporate mission. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. If you have questions about the operations, Mr. Flores would be, happy to answer those.
All right, I'm sorry. I just want you to clarify again. How many jobs are we talking?
We have
220?
We have 220 total jobs today between the manufacturing facility and of those and the distribution facility.
So how many would be at this facility?
25 total.
Okay.
At most would be 25.
All right, thank you. Questions, additional questions for the applicant? Commissioner Ernst.
I simply wasn't clear how long you've been at this location doing this.
We moved to this facility in 2023 and have been operating in the facility for 2023. Then one day we got a notice that we needed to change our classification, and that triggered occupancy permit change, and that triggered.
So that's why you're here tonight.
That's
So
why we're here
it was
tonight.
all triggered by the fire marshal change in your rating or your code.
That's right.
All right.
So we've been operating, we're under operation today. Everybody acknowledges that we're complying with the request. This is the last hoop to jump through.
Gotcha.
As long as you acknowledge that what you are doing can be dangerous. I'm very familiar with your type of batteries. I probably have 10 here powering different things. But I am glad to hear that you have operated successfully so long, and your company as a whole has a very good history.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anybody want to speak to this case? In favor or opposition? Got one person online. We will go to Callie McLaughlin.
Hi, are you guys able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Oh, I do apologize. I am working from home and there's some disruption outside. I live at 8th and Taromie here in KCK. I do want to preference my comments that I was a staff member working with the applicant prior to my resignation. This application started from a business license request. The applicant received some maybe misguided information from a development corporation that advised them that due to the zoning, the industrial zoning, that they were able to go there without any issue. It was formerly an Aaron's furniture store, which is why the S1 was appropriate, where they were doing warehousing of things like couches and, TV stands and whatnot. But I am familiar with things like Bitcoin mining and the lead acid battery procedures. And I did raise the question to the fire marshal or the plans reviewer. I said, hey, it looks like this might meet the occupancy requirements of a hazmat facility, which does require the special use permit. Upon review of their plans, it is true that the plans reviewer of the fire marshal and the assistant chief Droppelman did come to the agreement that yes, a hazmat occupancy is warranted. This has been kind of a work in progress to get them rectified because they did move in prior to getting their business license and zoning approval on the advice of that Economic Development Corporation. And giving the significant amount of investment that they've put into that, and due to the uniqueness of that building, it's a very large building, and finding an applicant sometimes when it comes to industrial buildings is very difficult. They are often not rapidly changing properties such as a small corner store, but rather they are there for long periods of time given that substantial investment. I did work with the fire marshal and with the applicant to get a revised sprinkler plan in effect with their fire code engineer in order to make sure that they meet the upgraded requirements going from an S1 to a hazmat. And I believe their building permit is already in progress to alleviate that, but can't be issued without the approval of the special use permit. It's unfortunate that they received that misguided information that got them in this situation to begin with. But again, trying to look out for the community members as we experience a kind of lack of coverage coming from areas like Fairfax and some of our other areas where there are these hazmat related uses. I did decide that it was appropriate to raise that concern to the fire department. And that's how we got to this place where we were. Given my prior history of working with them and with the amount of movement that they've done to kind of become compliant, we've had frequent communication. I've worked with their engineer. We've worked with their building plans. I would say that now, excuse me, I apologize. I apologize for that. Given the amount of work that they've put into this project over the last year that I was aware of before I resigned from working in planning and zoning, I would say that yes, it is correct that the 2, 5, 10 year is the path, but the infrequent turnover of projects like this, combined with the amount of investment required, as well as the size of the building, it would be very much more acceptable to maintain that 10-year request that they are asking for. Again, we don't offer that right off the bat. They must request that for themselves, in which they are doing so. And with that being said, I do think that keeping additional investment in that area, as long as they are compliant with the hazardous and the building permit codes, which I cannot say that they were in the Fairfax district or not. But again, the movement from the one address to the other reopened that examination of that building code. So as long as that development and other developments are in the area, it does provide for a vital reinvestment when we are trying to get some bridges open. So between their use, their local supply chain, once again, I apologize. Between those things, I think it is a vital investment for our community, and I am in support of Stryton. As long as they do comply with all the fire department and building codes, plans review comments during their DRC change of occupancy hearing for the time of 10 years. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
I'm Monica Breedy with Wyandotte Economic Development Council, Vice President of Business and Workforce Solutions, and I've worked with Stryton for many years prior when I was with the state, as well as now with Wyandotte Economic Development Council. And we are in support of them having us for 10 years, as they do have a lease on the building for that amount of time. They've been a long-time employer in Wyandotte County with very high wages, as well as a high BPU user. So keeping them here, keeping them happy, and keeping all the employees employed there is great for the community. And just to clear up what Callie had said, we did not give them any information or advise them in any way to go ahead and move in. We were brought in to advocate for them after they had already moved. So the miscommunication or the advice was not from us, and her assumption was wrong.
All right.
Just want to make that clear.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff and get their comment.
Melissa Marcy, Planning. So staff recommends this for approval. The staff report is for 2 years. If you do decide to do 10 years, that is your prerogative. You would have to make that change.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff? Commissioner Ernst?
Are there inspections on any sort of basis for this type of facility when they meet this code? Because if we give them 10 years and nobody ever sets foot in their door, we don't know how well things are going until something bad happens.
Yeah, so as a HO specifically, they do have requirements for inspections. I don't know how frequently, but they are required.
Thank you.
Did you want to make a comment?
We will have at a minimum annual inspections by the fire marshal's office to confirm that that we are in total and ongoing compliance with all requirements of the fire code.
All right. Other questions for staff? All right, seeing none, I will stand for a motion. And if you would please address the term in your motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
I make a motion to approve special use permit 2025-030 with the change in duration from 2 years to 10 years.
Okay, the motion is for approval of special use permit 2025-030 for a period of 10 years, subject to all staff stipulations and conditions, correct?
Right.
All right, thank you. Is there a second? Commissioner, okay, Commissioner Beth, got the second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. This will be heard once again, July 31st, Board of Commissioners, 7 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, the next application is SP 2025-033, Horatio Perez. It is a special use permit for chicken in an excess of 6 at 3505 Sorter Drive. Does anyone have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No. Yes, sir. Your name and address, please.
Horacio Perez,
Okay.
3505 Soda Drive.
And what would you like to do?
I want to make agriculture.
And you're wanting to have chickens? How many do you want to have?
Well, right now, I want to make agriculture. I don't want a special permits. Like, I already come like 4 or 5 times to the court, and I just told him, I want agriculture. I don't need a permit for like 20 chickens.
Well, yes,
I
you
got-
do. That's
well,
why you're here.
The thing, I just told him a lot of the times, I want to make agriculture.
I
Like-
get that.
like-
I
like-
understand that. But you're here tonight for a special use permit. Do you want that permit or not?
I don't want the special permits for 20 chickens.
You don't-
I'll do everything he told me to do. Like I say, I already got a bunch of stuff to tell me to do for make agriculture.
Mhm.
And right now you guys got my back to the wall. Like, you know what I mean? It's like the city go to my property again, and he told me like, I got the final inspection for the house is born. He never passed. So I just told him, just go check him out. I know that the house is not mine, that the property is not mine that time. It's like, I told the guy, go check him out. The guy I buy the property, I'll help him to buy some dirt and everything. When the specialist go up there, when he's clean all the bricks and everything from there, and he's fill them up with the good clean dirt. And the lady is in there in that time. He said like, yeah, you be fine already. You pass. And now I got a letter. He told me like, I don't got the final the inspection for the house is born. And I said like, well, it's not mine that in that time, but I helped the guy. And
Do you
the
own the
guy
property
go
now?
there- The guy go up there and it's like a little structure in there. And he say, well, you need to make it, and I told him I want to make agriculture. And he said, well, and you know, make agriculture, you need to tear up the house because you don't got a house. And that building is like 14 years ago up there. And it's like, you know, I'm not owing you any taxes and the money. the row up there, you try treat me like I'm in the middle of the city. Well, the road is not, the street is not really good up there. It's a lot of holes in there. I got no sidewalks along the sides. And like I said, I try to be everything you guys told me to do, I tried to do. And that's like, I don't think it's fair, like how you, because he wanna I need to tear up the building. And what am I do with the 8 acres? And they're like, you know, what I mean, I tried really hard to do it, and he's like, well, you need to make agriculture.
All right, do you own the property now?
I'm on the property.
When did you buy it?
I buy it probably like 3 or 4 years ago.
All right,
Yeah.
so
And I buy it, I'm sorry,
these different codes enforcement complaints that we have, it was during your ownership. You owned it in 2022?
I think so the 3.5.
Did you own it in 2022?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so I've got 5 code enforcement complaints on your property in 2022 while you owned it.
Whoa.
Have those been cleaned up?
I clean everything. I never got any complaint for the property.
Well, you got 5 of them in here.
I buy the property, I don't know the year, I wanna tell you the truth, but I buy 3.5 acres. In last year, I buy the 4 acres, that's what I make an application for the agriculture, because I already got I combined the properties, like year ago, and I try to make it like agriculture, because I got enough property to make agriculture. And when I come back to the city, he told me like, well, you need to do this, and this.
And you've
I
done it,
do
right?
And not do it.
Okay.
Everything he told me to do, I'll do. I never got any.
I got it. Let's
complaint.
make it real simple. You
Sure.
got a recommendation for approval for up to 20 chickens, no roosters. Is that going to work for you to make agriculture with 20 chickens and no roosters?
I want to make agriculture. I don't care for the chickens. I don't want the chickens.
Well, that's what you're here tonight for,
Yeah,
isn't it?
I want to make agriculture. I don't care about the animals right now. I just want to make agriculture because I don't want to tear around my building because that's what I need for put my stuff.
If
in.
you're not going to do chickens, then you don't need to be here tonight. Because that's why you're here. You're here for a special use permit to get chickens in excess of 6. So if you're not going to do chickens, then you can,
But
but
I need to make agriculture to keep in my building.
do you want to comment? Do you have any comment about the difference? I mean, the application is for chickens, correct? Okay, then you're, go ahead.
This was sent back from the commissioners back to you guys, because his concern is that he does not want to do the special use permit. He wants a change of zone to agricultural.
Okay, but that's not what we're here tonight to listen to, correct?
Correct.
All right, so if you don't want chickens, then you're free to go.
In the staff report, it does say that it could be changed to a change of zone, but it is up to you guys to, if you want to do that.
So you're asking you want us to change this from a special use to a change of zone.
Yeah, I want to change the zone for agriculture.
All right. Now we're on to something. Okay.
Thank you.
Anything, so you've got everything cleaned up?
I got everything cleaned up.
And you got these 5 cases all taken care of? Right? It says they're all closed, so I'm assuming you got that all cleaned up.
Que todo lo limpió, que
Todo.
todo lo tiene limpio.
Sí, está limpio. Sí,
All right, so you've got everything done. And so now you want to change it to agricultural.
yes.
Okay, now I'm with you. All right. All right.
Yes.
Anything else you want to add? Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? We're going to get to the staff and we're going to figure some things out here, okay? Seeing no questions, anybody in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Seeing none, we're going to go to staff and we're going to get their recommendations and, comments and clarity.
Yeah, I'm a little confused, because,
Well, join my club.
because what the staff report says is for chickens in excess of 20, not
Okay.
for a change of zone. So if he wants to do a change of zone, that would be a different application.
Rose, where are your comments regarding
It was
I mean-
originally a change of zone and then changed to a special use permit. And I think instead of updating the change of zone.
I'm going to go to, I'm going to go to.
Staff report, she updated the special use permit staff report, which is the more recent one. In the, I think, staff recommendations, it does have a note that it could be changed to a change of zone. Um,
I'm going to go to
let's
legal.
see.
In this application that's being brought forth tonight under a special use application, notice under special use application for chickens be changed to change of zone.
It cannot be changed to change of zone tonight.
All right.
Just to backtrack and add a little more context for this, so I don't remember which meeting this was, but recently this spring or summer, this case originally came forward as a change of zone application. In the meeting itself, it was converted to a special use permit. That was allowed because a special use permit for chickens is considered a less intense use than allowing the entire zoning of the property to change. So you can go down in intensity, and that is State Planning Commission's prerogative, and that's what you exercised. You, however, cannot go back the other way in that meeting. So if we are going back to a change of zone, it needs to be republished as a change of zone because that's considered a more intense
That's
use.
my.
Yep, so
that
it
was my
cannot be
thing.
changed. Direction can be made tonight. It cannot be heard as a change of zone tonight.
So all we can do is make a recommendation. They go back to work with staff to create a change of zone application.
That is correct.
All right.
The first what I do, I make application for agriculture. The lady or the guy is in the planning.
Right.
He changed it for a special permit for 20 chicken, and I told him, I don't need a special permit for 20 chickens. I don't want to. And I told him about 3 or 4 times. And I'm all the time I'm saying like, I want to change to agriculture. My application is changed to agriculture, no permits. I'm never asking for permits for 20 chickens.
I got it.
Mm.
All right. We're gonna help you.
Appreciate it.
Do we know?
The
do we-
application.
Sorry.
Originally, the application was a change of zone application, and it was published as a change of zone application when, way back when, when there's a publication.
What caused it to change to a special use?
So
I think
I think it
Marty-
was Callie's idea to do a special use permit to kind of give him a time frame to like prove himself that, he could kind of, work on the property and, kind of get it up to code. And then after the year, look into it again for a change of zone.
Okay. I'm gonna go to Mari. She's got some background.
Yeah. So Marty, Planning Department. Basically, he started as a change of zone. They did not think that the land is equipped to have all the animals that he chooses to have. He has done a lot of progress and a lot of cleaning and all of that. What the planning department has asked is that he goes and makes a plan with the conservation district to make sure that that land is ready to accept animals. He does not want to do that. He just wants to get his agricultural change of plan, change of zone, and does not want to have a special use permit. He would rather just wait till he can, but planning has been asking him to do the conservation district meeting and get a plan in place so we know that the land will be adequate for the animals eventually.
Okay. So that's kind of where we're at tonight. Okay, we can't deal with anything with the special use permit because you don't want one,
No.
and we're not going to give you one tonight. So do you want to withdraw this application? Because your only other choice is to work with the staff to try to come up with a change of zone application, but you're going to have to make, and Mari will help you with that. You're going to have to make, I know there are some things that you don't want to do, but in order to get a change of zone for agriculture, you're going to have to make a plan with the conservation district, and you're going to have to go through the process. But she will help you go through the process, but it's going to take a little bit of time, but you're going to have to go through that process.
So, ahora no podemos ir de vuelta porque esto es lo que estás pidiendo es algo mucho mayor de lo que ya te habían ofrecido, que era el cambio el permiso especial. Así que ellos lo que dicen es que vamos a retirar vamos a quitar esta aplicación y entonces vas a empezar con Osiris a hacer el cambio a agricultura, pero entonces vas a tener que hacer el plan con el conservation plan para que te lo pasen. Tener eso, ¿te acuerdas que ya te había pedido que fueras a hacer un conservation plan para la tierra? Para tener un plan de cómo vas a progresar en la tierra.
I cancel everything.
Okay.
I don't want to see what it could do, because like I say, it's not a fair. It's like, it's too much. It's like I say, I try to be really like I say, he told me a lot of stuff to do, and why he not told me he don't want to do it to me. Like, you know what I mean? Everything up there. The only bad reason I did, like, uh, because I tried to make it right.
I'm
Everything
sorry, I
up there,
can't,
we do everything. You can see the horses walking in the wood with no feed, no grain, and I try to make it right. And now I was supposed to he let me throw away my instruction and everything, and that instruction is like 14 years in there. It's already when the house is born. So.
I
and
understand
after
all of
that,
your concerns.
told
I
me-
just can't do anything to help you this evening other than approve your special use application for chickens, and you said you do not want
No,
them.
no, I don't want.
So I'll need you to get with staff to see what you can do, but if you don't want to follow those instructions with the conservation district, then we can't get you the change of zone for agriculture that you really do want.
Well, I want to make agriculture.
Okay, I know you want to make agriculture. That's the one thing that I am really clear on, but you're going to have to work with staff to try to make sure all those conditions are met so that you can meet the requirements to come here and ask us for one. And then we're going to do our best to get you one.
Okay.
And we will. I mean, it sounds like you really want to do this and that you are going to make the effort to do this. But I need you to make the effort on the backside before you get here, because we'll help you once you get here. But tonight, I can't do anything for you.
Okay.
All right? All right, I appreciate you and hope that you will see you back with the change of zone application for agriculture. Next case. I'm sorry? It's been withdrawn.
Okay, the next application is SP 2025-034 Mitchell Brown with Populous is a special use permit for an event space and live entertainment in the plaza area at 1600 Village West Parkway in conjunction with PR 2025-017, a final plan review for the remodeling of the entry plaza of Children's Mercy Park. Does anyone have any context to disclose on this application?
No. All right. Mr. Peterson, good evening.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners Kirk Peterson, Polson PC 900 West 48th Place, Kansas City, Missouri. Here on behalf of Kansas Unified Development, which is the owner of Children's Mercy Park, affiliated with Sporting KC. I also have Mitchell Brown, the architect for the project, who's just behind me to my right from Populous. We are here tonight asking for your support for a special use permit because this involves entertainment. That's what triggers the SUP, and then also a final plan. So I'm excited to be here to share this new vision. Some of you may already know about it, but it's for the Sporting KC outdoor area, which I'll show you some good images of in a minute. This facility held its first match, as you all know, back in 2011. It's been a decade plus. It is literally ranked as one of the best soccer facilities on the continent, regularly hosting the men's and women's national teams, and of course our own Sporting Kansas City. With all the excitement of World Cup coming up, the ownership has decided that it's time to do something really nice to the plaza area before the world shows up here to our community. So although I could go on and on, I will be very fast and show you some images just to make sure you have a real sense for what's proposed. And then I'll conclude by asking again for your support for the SUP and the final plan. So the first is the aerial exhibit you see on the screen, the dark blue area to the, what is just, it's kind of always hard with the street network. It's actually turned funny. North is more to the upper right. So I'll dispense with that and we'll do left and right if that works for y'all. So looking at the screen to the left of the stadium, all that dark blue is what the applications are here. We're here tonight to talk about. So the next slide will tell you the 4 improvements to focus on. We're focusing on 2 different gates to the stadium. We're focusing on a walkway, Champions Walk is what we're calling it, that connects the 2. And then lastly, the main stage area. Next slide, please. This is what it looks like today. You're seeing the edge of the stadium to the south. Everything in the screen now is that blue area I highlighted. You can see the Mazuma gate to the left, upper left. You can see the main gate or the west gate, upper right. You can see the sidewalk that runs along Sporting Way at the top of the screen. And then lastly, you can see what's labeled as pregame tent. Those are all the areas as now we go to the next slide that'll show you the improvements that are being proposed. So you can see the Mazuma gate there. It'll be better in some renderings in a second. but those are improved for more throughput and just you'll see great aesthetics. Same thing with the main gate on the east side. You can see along the top, the Champions Walk, how that's been expanded in width to handle more people going across the top there. And also it connects the gates. You see how it drops down kind of a Y shape, so you can connect the gates really easily. You can also see where that tent was. You now see something labeled stage in dark brown, and you'll see images of that in a moment. And there's some other enhancements to the event plaza, such as LED lighting instead of the old typical lighting that's older. So let's go to the end with a few slides so you can get a sense. This is today at the Mizuma Gate, and then please the next slide. You can see the Mizuma Gate in the future. I'll let the pictures speak for themselves here. We can go to the next gate, which is the main gate image, and then we'll go to what's going to look like afterwards. A lot, again, more throughput and amazing aesthetics. And then lastly, we'll look at the plaza area. And then we're going to look at a slide that shows you a lot of people there. And then also we'll have a stage, which is the lower part, and then a screen above it. And then one more image as we zoom out to give you the scale of that. And you might, just in conclusion, you might say, well, what's this all about? This is to hold pre and post events when there's sporting games or any other soccer game there. And then also you've heard of Like It Power and Light. Not to say this is identical to that, but there's just different watch parties, right? We may have sporting or another team playing somewhere else. And we want to come together and be able to gather as a community and watch it here. And again, you can have live events, whether it be music or something else, small music events on the stage. With that, if there are questions, I would love to answer them, as would our architect.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Any questions from the commission? Don't see any. We'll go to public. Anyone want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Come forward to raise your hand. All right, good stuff. Okay, we're going to close the public portion. We'll go to staff for their comment.
Staff recommends approval for both the SUP and final development plan for 2 years with conditions.
And you're not asking for any changes? Or
No, Chairman, we accept everything that's been proposed.
You do?
If you're laughing really fast, I know. Hold on.
I'd like to meet you, sir. Can you come over and shake my hand? Because I don't believe we've ever met.
This is not fair.
No, this is exactly fair.
This is totally unfair. In fact, I even went to sporting and said, you only want 2 years? And they're so confident in their tracker. They're like, it'd be
That's
great.
what triggered it.
It'd be great to have longer, but to their credit, this is kind of funny. They said, we're going to be who we are. We're going to be great. If we can only have 2 years, we have 2 years. So if you want me to ask for more, I will.
No. I want you to sit down. You're good. Okay. Any questions for this strange gentleman who's wandered into the chambers this evening? I don't see any. Any questions for staff? Okay, not seeing it. I'll stand for a motion when ready.
Commissioner Ward,
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
you want the plan?
This would be special use application.
You want the special use first?
Yes, please.
Make a motion to approve special use permit 2025-034, subject to staff stipulations and comments for a period of 2 years.
Thank you. Motion made for approval of special use application 2025-034 for a period of 2 years made by Commissioner Ward, subject to all staff stipulations and comments. Is there a second, Commissioner Jones?
That is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. Now for the final plan petition.
Make a motion to approve final plan review 2025-017, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
All right, thank you. Motion to approve final plan petition PR 2025-017 made by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Jones, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. The special use application will be heard once again July 31st at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please give Kurt Peterson my best when you see him.
Next application is SP 2025-038 Leslie Dummersmith. Special use permit for a short-term rental at 120 South Cherokee Street. Does anyone have any contact to disclose on this application?
No. Leslie Dummermuth? Are you in the audience? Leslie? Oh, there we go. Thank you. I've got you queued up, ready to speak. If you would, please start off with your name and address.
Yeah, my name is Leslie Dummermuth, and I live at 8301 Johnson Drive in Marion, Kansas. And I'm here because I'm wanting to get a special permit to be able to run a little Airbnb over in on South Cherokee.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Please raise your hand or come forward. I'm seeing none, so we will close the public portion of the meeting and go to staff for their comment.
Alyssa Marcy Planning. This is a non-owner occupied short-term rental, so we are recommending approval, but for 1 year.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff? Normal recommendation for first time, 1 year, non-owner occupied. Any questions? Seeing none, I'll seek a motion.
Commissioner Ward,
Mr. Ward,
I make a motion to approve special use permit 2025-038, subject to staff stipulations and comments for a period of, is that 1
year.
1 year.
Thank you. Motion to approve special use application 2025-038 by Commissioner Ward for a period of 1 year. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. This will
Thank
be
you.
heard once again, July 31st at 7 PM before the Board of Commissioners.
Next application is VAC 2025-002, Steve Sobek. It is a vacation of utility easements for a single-family subdivision at 912 North 86th Street. Does anyone have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No.
Mr. Sobek, are you in the audience or are you online? There we go. Crystal Voth.
Hi, good evening again. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This application is just a request to vacate some existing easements that was just overlooked in the plating process. We've submitted everything to staff. Staff's done a great job. We really appreciate their help on this. To my knowledge, there's nothing existing in these easements. They just should have been vacated when the plat was taken through several months ago, but it was unfortunately overlooked. And so we need to come back through and vacate them now.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant? Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case? Raise your hand or come forward. Seeing none, we'll go to staff, get their comment.
Alyssa Marcy Planning. So staff, this is part of what was already platted. We're just cleaning it up a little bit. Staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for motion when ready.
Commissioner Ward,
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
make a motion to approve vacation application 2025-002, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve vacation petition 2025-002 by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Jones, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next application is Plat 2025-020 Brandon Clapp with Enceladus Investments. It is a preliminary and final plat for 3 multifamily residential lots at 849, 851, and 855 Sandusky Avenue. In conjunction with BOZA 2025-020 that was heard earlier tonight. Does anyone have any contacts to disclose on this application?
No. Welcome back and thank you for your patience.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. My name is Brandon Clapp. I live at 4756 South Tacoma Street, Inglewood, Colorado. This property is 3 fourplex buildings on one lot. We acquired the property in October of last year. It had been vacant for about 5 years, a real blight on the community. From what I've been told from the police and other people in the building department, that this was a real troubled place. Anyway, what we would like to do is subdivide the properties so we can achieve favorable financing and get financing on a 40-unit building as opposed to a commercial building, which it's currently 12 units now in one lot. So we'd like to subdivide that so we can move forward with continuing to finish up the renovation on the property.
All right. Thank you. Any questions for this applicant?
I do have one question if I can.
Okay.
One question I have is on the staff recommendations. It's 7A is where they require that the parking stalls be 9 feet wide. And earlier on the BOZA application, we had put on there for 8-foot wide variance for parking. That was approved earlier tonight. And so I don't know how that works exactly. And we did submit a drawing with them being 8 feet wide.
8 feet, all right.
And we did resubmit a parking, we did re-email the surveyor added the requirements, and we resubmitted that to the city last week as far as a cross-access agreement. And, but on the BOZA application, or on the variance application earlier, we did ask for variance for parking 8-foot wide, not 9 foot, which just requires 9-foot wide lots on this one, or 9-foot parking stalls.
So just to clarify, Alyssa, planning, it says 9 by 18 feet in both reports.
It says 9 by 18 on the report, but he's saying in the BOZA report that we approved earlier this evening, it was for 8 foot.
On the application I submitted for the BOZA was 8-foot wide lots.
Do we need to go back to the BOZA report to find out what
The
we,
conditions in the BOZA that I'm reading say 9 by 18.
oh, all right, so BOZA,
So-
so the application you submitted was for 8 feet, but what was approved was for 9 feet.
Okay.
And that coincides with what we got here for this one. So
Okay.
they're 9 foot by 18, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry, I think I left off with public comment. Anybody wanted to speak to this case? Got one person, Callie McLaughlin.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Callie McLaughlin. I live at 743 Taromie. I am 1 block away, or about a block and a half away from this development. In general, I am in approval of getting this property moved. I have been through this building probably 7, 8, 9 times. There is a lot of, I mean, there's not a ton of crime or anything associated with it, but the issues that I have are, it's just a vacancy when we have the opportunity for a lot of housing in there. My question that I didn't see represented, maybe I missed that if I came in late on the BOZA, but there are some architectural issues with that building where they have done some things previously, like boxed in windows at sizes that were not to the original brickwork. And I would like to see that that is actually restored if it doesn't pose an egress issue. But I also have the comment that now that we're splitting up this development into 3 separate, and they are going to be for sale, how do you propose that each individual purchaser that does purchase this building, or 1 or 2 or 3, if not all 3 together in these packages, how are they all going to maintain the conditions of approval? We've seen in the past a couple different buildings where we've done this so we can get it sold, but then when it's sold to the next investor, whoever's going to take that on is likely going to be a flipper, someone who's not from here or who isn't familiar with the planning and zoning process, especially when it's infill and at a micro scale like this. They're not going to have someone like Pulcinelli representing them more than likely, right? So it's going to be a very small scale development for that person, especially if they're, for an entry level multifamily. And so I am concerned about how the conditions of approval and the maintenance of those conditions of approval are translated to each individual purchaser when those are presented. And so I would like to hear how that is going to be proposed or how that's going to be handled in that handoff. Again, I am generally in supportive with a few concerns. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I can answer that if you would like.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So I'm the owner, and this is a long-term hold for me. I have 5 years of ties to Kansas City. My dad was born in Kansas, and I've been investing with my business partner for 5 years here. And so this is a property that we bought. I'm a general contractor. We both are. And so this is a long-term hold for us. I mean, this isn't something that we're looking to flip. We use our own capital for these projects. We secure the loans, we secure the financing, and we look for infill properties, specifically in Kansas City, in KCMO and KCK both, to go in and buy properties that are like this, that are just problem issues that we can develop and rent out. We have actually we work with the building department. We've passed inspections on the first building, which is 849. We did building permits with inspections by the city. Building 851, we just did the re-inspections for the final on that building right there, and we are going through the finishing construction on the third building, which is 855. So everything's has been done to permit. It's been done to the county standards that they had approved for egress issues, or something that the city actually addressed with us, and we meet all the egress requirements for openings for windows.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else want to speak? All right, we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. We're going to go to staff, but I would like some comment with regard to, I know that the applicant's saying it's a long-term ownership. If it were to transfer at some point, how do those entitlements work?
I'm gonna turn that over to Michael Farley.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, would you mind repeating the question?
I'm just, the question that came from Ms. McLaughlin, in terms of some of the entitlements and the variances that were given, if the properties were to be transferred, how do some of those transfer over, or do they just automatically transfer because they run with the property?
I'll just need one moment to take a look at the conditions.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and go to staff and get their recommendations.
So no additional comments from staff. We recommend approval with conditions.
I'm sorry, say it again.
We recommend approval with conditions.
All right, can you draw that out so he has a little bit more time to research this case? Can you speak slower, or can you spell your comments to me?
If you really want me to.
No, I do not.
One thing I think on the plans is that what the conditions was that they're all separate buildings or separate access. All the buildings have separate access. Is that there was a cross on the plat. There is a cross access agreement that has to be on the plat. So if they were ever sold in the future, that's addressed on the plat, and it is on the plat that was submitted.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. If it didn't make it into the plat, then it transfers with the property deed.
Yes, and that's one of the requirements on for the staff recommendations, and we did submit that to, I think, Mr. Boy. Yep, and we did submit that to him, and it has that on there.
All right, thank you. So if they're on the recorded plat, Mr. Farley, they'll transfer, correct?
Looking at the conditions, yes, that would probably be the easiest way to do it, is to just embed it into the
And is that I'm sorry, condition? It is, all right, thank you. All right, any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Commissioner Ward.
Mr. Ward, go ahead.
I make a motion to approve plat 2025-020, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion for approval of the plat 2025-020 made by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Ernst. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, this is approved, so it will not go forward. Thank you.
What do I do now? Just Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I drew a blank, but I'm going home, going to bed after this. So what you do is up to you.
Okay, next is our last application before going into some ordinances. It's plat 2025-22 ties in, wait, oh, 2025-21 Fred Lasco with LI Development Kansas City LLC. It's a preliminary and final plat for 2 industrial lots at 3601 Fairbanks Avenue. Does anyone have any contacts to disclose on this case?
No. Mr. Cheney, are you planning to present on this case?
Yeah, I'll be pretty brief. I think we're all ready to go home. You hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I am Craig Cheney. I'm a professional surveyor and in responsible charge of this project. I'm with McClure. I work out of our Lenexa office at 11131 Strangline Road in Lenexa. And believe we've addressed all the planning and urban design and geospatial services and the county surveyor's review comments from the draft comments and resubmitted. I believe hopefully we've met all the expectations of the commission. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, commissioners, for allowing us to put this before you this evening.
All right, thank you, and we appreciate your patience. Any questions for this applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case or online? Seeing no one, we'll go to staff.
Alyssa Mercy Planning. So this is for both a preliminary and final plat for 2 industrial lots. Staff is recommending approval with conditions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? If there are none, I will accept a motion.
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
I make a motion to approve plat 2025-021, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion made to approve plat 2025-021 by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Jones, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we are up to our, which item are we at now? We've got the ordinance, or do we have the presentation?
I believe it's the ordinance first, and it is, I guess I could just here.
Mr. Conway, are you
It
going to
is
be
the
presenting on that?
ordinance regarding the discretion of the plan director, but how amenable would you be for like a 5-minute break before we get into these?
I'm sorry, we need a 5-minute break?
Maybe.
Yes, okay, all right.
Okay.
We're gonna take well, it sounds like we do, so we're gonna take a 5-minute break and we're gonna wrap it up and we'll be quick. I appreciate all of your patience for being here tonight. We'll be as quick as possible. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and reconvene and we're gonna start with a presentation from Mr. Conway.
Oh, and I didn't say, this is the ordinance regarding the discussion of the planning director and certain planning matters. And it's an ordinance to substitute the discretion of the county administrator or his or her designee for the discretion of the planning director in certain matters of chapter 27 of the Unified Government Code of Ordinances.
All right, thank you. Mr. Conway.
Jeff Conway, UG Legal, and I'll be mercifully short. This is essentially a collection of all of the different references that we could find in chapter 27, the planning portion of the UG code that refer to discretion on the part of the planning director. And and believe it or not, this is the short version. I had a 60-page version that was at the amending the section level. And I thought if I drop down into the subsection level, we can make it a little bit shorter. And then I discovered this this one section about the wireless communications at A31, and that's most of it right there. So that's kind of the classic example of taking an elephant and dumping it into a canoe with respect to drafting. I don't know why that section is so huge. But anyway, so this is all of the different references to the discretion of the planning director. The basic rationale here is, first of all, County Administrator David Johnston could not make it tonight, and he wanted me to convey some basic messages to you tonight. First of all, the Board of Commissioners obviously has the final word with respect to policy in the UG. And so there was, the origin of this probably came from some concerns by commissioners that as policymakers, the planning director may have been making decisions on another level that was possibly straying away from what the original policy was. I don't know if that's true or not, but that was the feeling, I guess. And that was the origin of this. And so the idea was that maybe to recalibrate, get moved back towards getting closer to the original policy and the policymakers, that perhaps we'd strike the references to the planning director and substitute the county administrator for that, so that it was closer to the policy making, the original policy making. That was the idea. And so the county administrator or his or her designee could make those decisions, exercise that discretion. So that was the idea. Now, as you probably know, normally when you have legislation on the local level, it would flow through the standing committees and then it would go to the full commission. But with respect to Chapter 27, it's a little bit different. There is no standing committee, it's the planning commission. So that's why this piece is here before you, and then it wouldn't go to the standing committee. It would just simply go from you directly to the full commission. So that's procedurally, that's how it works. Now, the other thing that you're probably aware of is that we're in a position right now where there is no planning director per se. The position is vacant. Assistant County Administrator Rodney Lucas is serving that capacity on a temporary basis. So obviously you need some language that's flexible enough in order to address this situation now, which is temporary and will resolve itself in time, but also is flexible enough to talk about this situation with the discretion of the county administrator, getting closer to the original policy. So this language probably comes the closest to fitting this temporary situation, plus the concern that some commissioners may have had. I think that's the best overview. So here's all of these throughout. It's just a lot of paper, but it basically strikes the planning director, substitutes the county administrator. And, you know, the other thing as far as personnel in the UG, the county administrator is the top of the personnel pyramid. And so the planning director would answer to the county administrator, just like every other employee of the UG anyway. So this would take care of that. For all intents and purposes, the county administrator probably designates somebody to make these decisions on a routine basis, or he could substitute himself. This particular county administrator does have that expertise as far as planning and economic development and that type of thing. The next one may or may not, but this particular one has the ability to look at some of these issues with that expertise. Anyway, that's the overview. That's the rationale behind why this is before you. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Questions from the commission? Mr. Ernst.
The question that I have is the way it's worded, the designee doesn't necessarily have to be an employee of the unified government.
Excellent point.
Read it.
Well, I mean, I could put that in there. I think the implication is that it would be an employee of possibly the planning department or someone else that has that expertise.
But in your opinion, as legal counsel, is that tight enough? I mean, his designee,
It most likely
I mean,
would
you
be.
said it is, there's the implication that it is, but I mean, is that, could it be somebody else?
I think it could be, but for all intents and purposes, he wouldn't choose somebody outside the building or anything like that. It'd be.
But it could be a consultant, it could be, I mean, because we had a consultant who was an interim county administrator for some period of time, correct? What happens if we did not have a county administrator? And I'm sorry, I'm taking over your thunder, Commissioner Ernst, but there was a
No.
time we didn't have a county commissioner. So then what happens to that? Does somebody, the designee before that person departs? Or does it fall back to deputy county administrator and his or her designee?
So with the reference to the county administrator, there is a succession in place as well. So if there is no county administrator, that does fall to the designated assistant county administrator. And so actually the county administrator has a duty to designate who would be the succession. So there is always going to be somebody there. It's not going to be a vacant position and then there's just a roadblock. We can't proceed.
Commissioner Ernst, I'll let you go ahead. I'm sorry, I jumped in.
Oh, no, I think that covered it quite well, my question. And I think it's pretty open-ended the way it's worded. That is not my biggest concern.
I guess one that I might have too is that while the current county administrator does have the background, what if the next one doesn't? And if they don't have the background, then what if, I mean, where's the faith in that they would choose somebody with that background to have it? So, I mean, we're circumventing somebody who was hired based on the expertise of planning and zoning, and we're taking away those responsibilities and putting it into the hands of somebody who may or may not, as you stated, have that expertise. Where does that fit and why is that a good thing? I mean, I guess maybe if you start with, it's coming from the county commissioners, is that correct? Have they been unhappy with some of the decisions that have been made?
I can't characterize it. I mean, I'm getting it third hand, so I don't know, but it could be that the commissioners are sensing that the policy that they have set is not being carried out to the point where they thought it was supposed to be carried out, is my guess. But I guess, I'm just kind of speculating.
What would some of these duties be that we would be delegating to the county commissioner? I mean, so, yeah, to the county administrator. What would some of these duties of the planning director that would be delegated up to that level?
Well, it's, they're all over the board. I don't have a ready list and some of them are a little bit surprising about how minor they might be. Some are more major. It's really, I couldn't really pull any commonalities. There's just a lot of different places where the director has some discretion as to whether to weigh in or not.
So they could be at the lowest level, but they could be at the highest level.
Yeah, and I could get you some type of characterization of each one if you'd like. I mean, I can pull that together in a few minutes.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and go to Commissioner Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Doesn't the department head of planning and zoning answer to the county administrator now?
That's correct.
So what would this do?
It would allow the county administrator to make those decisions or to defer it to have whoever is in the position, in the acting position now, make those decisions. It's case by case.
Wouldn't that kneecap a full-time director if he or she constantly had to look over their shoulders and wonder if what they were doing was okay with someone else I'm not tracking. I'm sorry.
This language, I think, does both things. It provides for this temporary situation right now, so we can get through that, but it also allows the county administrator to perhaps step in and say, on this particular project or this particular application, I'm going to take a second look at it and make the decision. So it's flexible enough for those situations too. Now, is the county administrator going to weigh in on each one of these particular decisions? I would think that they have a lot of things to do, and they probably are not going to get into the weeds on every one of these.
But they could pick and choose based on pressures that are applied to them from outside influences, correct?
Theoretically.
Okay. Commissioner Mueller, do you have follow-up?
Oh, I just think this would open it up to a micromanager coming in, and then why would we need a department head if the county administrator was going to take over the position? Maybe it's a good idea. We'll save a salary. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me.
All right. Anything else from the commission? Commissioner Ward?
Commissioner Ward. Rather than, I mean, I guess the way I look at it is rather than handing over the power to the county administrator, I mean, obviously he has the most power anyway. I mean, surely there has to be a way to write this policy to where, you know, there's not as many discretionary decisions that have to be made. And it just falls into a category where, you know, there's no scrutiny then put upon the planning and urban director to make all these kind of decisions where then he is scrutinized. I mean, if it all falls into this pot, and this pot, and there's no decisions to be made, it just goes there. And then if something needs to be changed, well, then it comes to us and then we can make the changes if need be, or like, you know, has been done before. Well, you know, the petitioner wants X. And so the planning urban director doesn't get to make that decision. It comes to us. We try to help make that decision, and then it moves forward to the commissioners. I would think that'd probably be the better route rather than just going, well, we don't like what this director did, and so now we want to take this over. That's kind of the reason why it's separate, in my opinion, in the first place. So I would think instead of handing over new power to somebody, we just rewrite the policy, in my decision, to take away a lot of the discretionary decision-making so that their department, planned urban, and instead of having to ask all these separate little questions, they just have a matrix what they choose, they have to operate off of. That way it takes all the discretionary stuff out of it. That'd be my discretion. I mean, that'd be my choice to move forward rather than handing this power over to the administrator.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones, and then we'll go to Commissioner Beth.
I'm listening to the comments, and some of the comments are some of my thoughts as well. Commissioner Mueller, I see exactly what he's saying. Normally, if you have a position, in this case, the planning director, that already reports to the person that you're substituting discretion for. I mean, let's face it, most people kind of follow the logic and some of the rationale. Not saying that two people always agree, even if one is your boss, but you would think what this is seemingly maybe trying to suggest should already be taking place to some degree. And I do think overall the language maybe needs to be tightened up. I agree with what Commissioner Ernst said. That's kind of open-ended. Who is the designee? UG employee, non-UG employee? Because I do think that would need to be tightened up. And then when you get to the planning director, just like the slot isn't permanently filled right now, but temporary or permanent could be put in there so that in cases where you don't have a permanent person, it's still the same thing for the acting person. So it's kind of things like that. It's sounding like at some point, and I hope it's not a one and done kind of situation or a knee-jerk reaction because somebody didn't like a decision that a previous director made, or thought that they had too much autonomy. I mean, let's just face it. And so sometimes we do these knee-jerk things, and is it really good for the long run? Or we are doing it to satisfy some highly visible situation that maybe went awry in the minds of some.
Thank you. Commissioner Beth?
Yeah, Jeff, is it a situation where if the planning director makes a determination using chapter 27 in his designation, can it be overturned by the administrator? Or does it fall under some state statute thing that gives him the authority to make these determinations? And so if, doesn't matter who it is or when it is, but if someone says, that was my decision and I used my discretion to interpret it this way, could the administrator say, no, you have to change that? And he said, no, I don't want to. Is this is where the conflict is leading to?
Well, you can see there's some tension there, and I think there's also probably some tension between the role of the planning commissioners, the planning commission, and kind of the philosophical notion of, well, who makes these calls, you know? And I think there's a sense of the Board of Commissioners that that some of those decisions weren't carried out the way that they thought that they might, or they should be, or something like that. I don't know.
And I think part of the apprehension is to have the oversight of that decision to fall on one person that can designate it to somebody else, which maybe if it's that serious, it goes back to the planning commission for another interpretation, or it goes to the commission for an oversight to what, an oversight to more than just one person to say, oh, no, you're wrong, I don't agree with you, because that also leaves up the situation of a special interest pushing someone's button. But then if you only have one person making that designation or making that determination, then that is more dangerous, I think, than having two people making the determination. You see what I'm saying?
And again, I'm speculating, but it could be a situation where the county administrator is saying, if it's that significant of a decision, I'm willing to take the heat and not put it on a particular UG employee. And I'm closer to the accountability with the commissioners directly. And so there may have been situations where the planning director was put into a difficult position.
Yeah, because that heat goes both ways, and actually what we do, the buck stops with the administrator too, because he's responsible ultimately, because he's the one over all that. So
right.
I can see, but I would like to see more checks and balances for whatever.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones?
Chair, so just a couple of quick other thoughts then. It sounds like we're creating another layer that going forward, should the county administrator not agree with the planning director or not see eye to eye, that we're just inserting another layer. And it just seems like, I don't know the necessity of it, because then instead of something being streamlined, you know, there should be a way for those two folks to talk to. I think it can be known in advance when you either have a highly visible case, a highly controversial case, because I think in part that's what it comes down to. So that's one thought. And then real quickly, going back to the language, it says, quote, certain matters. That's kind of nebulous. What does that mean? I mean, picking and choosing, or are there any parameters to that? So that'd be the other thing that I would hone down, because certain matters just sounds like it could be whatever I want to choose. No parameters.
Commissioner, this is Jeff Conway again. Are you referring to the title, where that phrase is in the title?
Certain matters where it says that the county administrator and/or his or her designee for the discretion of the planning director in certain matters. Yeah. That's the certain matters I'm talking about.
And I'll plead guilty to that one. As an old drafter, I was trying to write a title that covered the broadest possible things. Because this is a grab bag of all kinds of different decisions and different matters and different things, all parked in chapter 27. And about the only way I could think of to describe it was just certain matters in chapter 27. Because there's not
I hear
much.
what you're saying, but is it too open-ended is my only thought process.
The title is just the title. It doesn't, it's not the operative language of the ordinance. The operative language is in the each section.
I'm sorry, but it's in the language too. It's in the title of 5.1, but it's also in the synopsis. And that's what I was looking at, the language in the synopsis, that wording.
I can't locate the synopsis. Is that the staff?
That's what we got on our report. I see certain planning matters that's in the title, and then the synopsis that we were given, the phrase certain matters is there too. And I'm like, okay, so what really does that mean?
Yeah, and that kind of mirrored the title, and the title is not the operative language. The title is just a descriptor.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Any other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Ernst.
Before the comments, I was waiting to the end.
I'm sorry.
3 things.
Okay.
1, no one above us cares what we think. There's ordinances that stand in the way. 2, you're going to draw poorer candidates, period, because that's the way it's written. Someone who's really dedicated is going to go, wait a minute, somebody's going to be looking over my shoulder. And 3, I predict that I'm old, so I may not be around, that someday, perhaps not our current administrator, another one less skilled in the art, is going to make a decision on a multi-million-dollar project, and they're going to be wrong. And just somebody, since we record this, you'll have that for posterity if I'm gone. This won't end well.
All right, thank you. Okay, at this point, can I open it for public comment too? All right, thank you. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this? Yes, Mr. Palmer?
That's right.
It's all right.
No, getting late. Would hate to have to.
We were ahead of schedule, but we're starting to get in the mud. We're starting to spin our tires a little bit.
For the
That's all right.
record, Neil Palmer, 2600 North 131st Street. This is a meat and potatoes or, thing for you guys to consider, for y'all. I don't understand how a city or county administrator with all the other things they have to do can drop down into the details of what these changes in the ordinance would require him or her or their designee to then get involved with. If you're going to go that path, why don't you just roll up the plan commission, let the board of commissioners do that and go meet another meeting once a month? Because that's in essence what you're doing. If the planning director isn't on track with what the ordinances say, even within the discretion that's provided with them in that role, you guys are the first checks and balances. There's 11 of you to go, wait a minute, you got legal counsel and goes, are we following the ordinances as they're prescribed here or not? You don't have to go appeal it to. And then there's the ultimate appeal of if people don't like what's going on here, don't like what happened through the planning process, they have elected commissioners. That's their ultimate appeal. And if they don't like that, they can go to district court. So I think taking the discretionary things, I think you're going to have a hard time recruiting a full-time planning director that wants to take that job when, wait a minute, what's going on here? Am I really going to be able to use my education, my training, my experience to do what's best on behalf of everybody you see here once a month? Or am I going to give it to somebody whose bosses are politically gotten there. They appoint all of you as well. There's not a good separation of what I would call church and state. The checks and balances go out the window by allowing this ordinance to be changed. And by the way, as I understand it, city county is paying a healthy sum of money to have a total revamp and look at all the code of ordinances, and that's forthcoming. I could be wrong on this, but I think it's coming up. Why not leave this to that ad hoc committee or whoever's doing that to go, hey, go look at this. Is there something we can tighten up here in these ordinance, be it chapter 27 or whatever, the current situation has nothing to do with it. If somebody's appointed the interim planning director, they are de facto the planning director. Like it or love it or leave it, right? If you do a grab bag of ordinance changes, when you reach in the bag, you're not always get what you want. I support what all the other commissioners are saying. If people aren't happy with, maybe they're not happy with the results, not the policy. The timing of this is very, very interesting, given the recent discussions on certain ordinances in chapter 27 that were discretionary, which I'm not sure if a decision was even made or not made, but this is on the heels of all that, on a highly charged, biggest development we've ever had. I think people came to look at this and said, we came close to a near miss here, or we should have had it right. I think as a knee-jerk reaction, it's never come up before in all the proceedings I've seen on this that something was wrong. Why are we fixing something that might not be broke? That's the question I have. And so I'm going in a roundabout way. I think it would be my recommendation that you wholeheartedly, unanimously do not endorse this ordinance. And if the Board of Commissioners says that's what they want, let them answer to the people then. Thank you. Oh,
Thank
by
you.
the way,
Yes.
I want to compliment your staff. Very responsive all the time, but when you have a constituent that comes up here and having trouble communicating, to have bilingual assistants, to have people that go, not all of us can afford to have a huge legal team to come do this. And your patience and all that stuff to be supportive of the constituents, no matter what their cause, I think is highly commendable, especially to all your staff. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you very much. It doesn't get said enough. Thank you. And he's right. Anyone else in the chamber before I go online? Okay, I'm going to start with Callie McLaughlin. I'm sorry, Commissioner Ernst, did you want to make a comment?
I just wanted to go on the record that I enjoy that gentleman when he speaks.
Well, good, because he does it a lot, and I'm sure we haven't seen the last of it. Callie McLaughlin, go ahead.
Good evening, Callie McLaughlin, 743 Taromie. I would just like to thank you all on the Planning Commission for echoing a lot of the comments that I made during the last month's meeting, as well as echoing the comments that James Malloy made, as they seem to really have kind of resonated on the common sense parts of these issues. When I was working in planning, we would talk about how we really did need a zoning code rewrite. And we had tried to do this since before COVID. Then again, COVID kind of got kicked the can, and then budget cut, grant funding, budget cut. And we're still working on that zoning code since 2018, the zoning code update and rewrite. And now it's probably going to kick it again until we get a new director. And that's fine. But I want to stress that for those of you who are not familiar with the 600 pages of items that Jeff Conway had mentioned earlier, the majority of those administrative decisions are very, very minor, and they're mostly oriented towards giving forgiveness or discretionary permission for something that normally would not be allowed unless the director gives a blanket approval or gives a little bit of leeway, gives a little margin. There are a few things that are major decisions, but I do want to reiterate that there are things within that plan that do require state law approval, such as our flood damage prevention ordinance. And if any of you live in an area that has flooded, you'll understand that if there is a development that requires a floodplain development decision and it is appealed, it must go through BOZA and then it goes through court if that's an appeal too. We don't exercise that very often because most people choose to comply, but there are some major decisions like that. And at the I guess at the behest of my greater conscience, I will say that there were occasions where not only did we say, we're enforcing a poor code here. If you don't like the code, change the code. And nobody has ever been able to get us to the point to where we can change that code to eliminate and streamline and to update these things. And we've been fighting that and fighting that and fighting that since 2018, 2019. If you don't like the code, change the code. The interpretations, you can do that all day, but it really comes down to what's in the code, which is the whole reason why we're presenting this in general. And to be very frank, I did reiterate that I do kind of question the capacity of current administration to handle those additional tasks. There were a couple times where my former director and myself, when I was a former planning employee, when we did want to consult with them, and I will say that the administrator fell asleep during my meetings. Sitting in the chair, virtually, didn't comprehend anything, and fell asleep. I am very concerned with that kind of performance. I know that is very much out of line for me to make that comment, but when I experience these kind of things on a daily basis, and I think now that that's going to be the kind of person who's going to be in charge of multi-million-dollar developments, understanding nuances, it makes me very concerned. Not just as a person of interest now, as a former employee, but on the Riverview Neighborhood Association Board, running for a commissioner myself, living here, trying to build in the Northeast, those things that I'm working at, and I think about who would be making those decisions. It's not somebody who has 25 years of experience and worked in 15 different jurisdictions under planning and zoning guidelines. It's not that person. It's a person who falls asleep during my meetings when we're asking them for that extended permission in those certain circumstances. And that is abhorrent to me, to know that that's the kind of operation that we could possibly be getting. Additionally, you will not find another Title I city with a designated planning department that ever would have any kind of director designation go to the CAO or CFO or any other department head in that capacity. Instead, it goes to the senior or lead planner. There's no reason why an interim county administrator who can barely get us out of debt should be responsible for those 600 nuances that are in our code over a person who has thorough knowledge, code and experience, and specific training. No other jurisdiction would ever treat a planning department as such. You go to any place in Johnson County and they actually defer to themselves as planning professional staff, not just staff, professional staff. They acknowledge the education, experience, and effort that it takes to get into that department. And in most cases, you can't get into that department without a master's degree or higher. I cannot imagine handing over this kind of an open-ended code to someone who has very limited knowledge and experience. And if you really didn't like the way that the previous director did something, great. We've already eliminated them from the equation. Why are we still having this discussion? This is a detrimental code that will definitely affect any ability for us to progress with a new director, new code requirements, or to streamline anything that we want to get done as far as being a progressive Title I city in this community. And if we want to compete with Casey Mo, we're going to need new staff and we're going to need new codes that can compete with that, not just a shift in designation abilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we'll go to James. James, go ahead and unmute yourself, please. We cannot hear you, but I do see that you are unmuted.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Seems it took a minute to get me moved over. James Malloy, 3550 Rainbow. Again, I'm gonna echo a lot of what you've already heard, but I think it bears repeating and it bears driving the point home. A zoning ordinance is written, built, and interpreted by professional trained staff. You know, like any other professional, we went to school for 4, 6, 8 years. We've been working in the field for 5, 10, 20 years. We're familiar with planning law. We're familiar with design. You know, anytime you're getting a recommendation from staff, it is coming from a professional who has done years of training, more than likely has years of experience. This ordinance, once again, is removing the ability for the trained planner and trained planning professional to interpret the code and use their professional judgment, you know, be it on a large development or be it something as small as a sign code. Because looking at, the revisions to the code, even minute things like, oh, a sign can be like this, that's being taken away from your director and or staff. I said this last month, I'm going to say it again. We don't see the CAO rewriting the code so he can interpret the building code, fire code, public works code, so on and so forth. Why is it paramount that the CAO needs to be able to have discretion over only the planning code? I think as many as you realize, this is a large code, many moving parts, many different nuances to it. A trained professional that works with it every day will understand, will know how to maneuver with. Whereas, right now, yeah, we have a CAO who has a planning background. What if we don't have a CAO with a planning background? What if we don't have an ACA with a planning background? We're seeing that play out right now, where the acting planning director is an ACA who does not have a planning background and cannot even present the planning stuff at these commission meetings. And again, that's nothing against him. It's just the fact that he does not have the background. He does not have that context. Why are we looking to hand the reins over to someone who may or may not be trained? It's also worth noting the CAO, ACAs that would be interpreting this code are not even here explaining why this is so necessary. Mr. Conway did a fantastic job, but why are they not here explaining this? But and not to mention, and I think Commissioner Ernst and Commissioner Beth brought up a good point. The seemingly is someone did not like what a planning director had or what they had to say. So now we're taking the discretion away. Fact of the matter is, you can already appeal a planning decision to the Board of Zoning Appeals. That option exists in the code. If you don't like what the planning director has to say, take it to BOZA, hammer it out. That option exists. It seems that the reason for this is commissioners didn't like what the planning director had to say. Well, what are we going to do when they don't like what the CAO has to say or the ACA has to say? Frankly, to wrap this up, frankly, this seems like it's being written, or this is born out of spite. This direction, this want from the commissioners is seemingly coming from the misconceptions and frankly outright lies that have been spouted about the planning staff for years now. Heck, even my own testimony last month faced that same, those same issues, misconceptions, and lies. It seems a lot of policy in the UG overall is being dictated by personal vendetta. And look, that's not how we should be dictating code. The fact of the matter is your planning staff is the best option to interpret and review your code. Taking that discretion away is, again, like a couple people have said, you're going to get a worse candidate or you're not going to get anyone in your planning department. So for those reasons, I'm asking you to just outright deny this because this makes no sense. And frankly, this just seems like a spite job on a director that, people may not have liked. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. Mr. Conway, any parting comments before we go to staff? You are staff, so.
I'm not going to prolong it, and I do want to say my job here is just as the scrivener. I was given a task to draft this. I don't have a dog in this fight. You can believe me. But I did want to say, as I sat in Mike's position and worked with you in the past, I would echo what James said and Callie said, that they're working with the code as it's written. So if there's a problem with the code needs to be amended. And so I think that's a good starting point for a lot of the discussion.
All right, thank you very much. Other staff, any other comments?
No comments.
No comments. All right. And I can understand why. Okay, this time I will entertain a motion when you all are ready to make one.
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
And it is a deny or approve situation again, is that where we're at?
Yes.
Okay. I make a motion to deny. Is it
Be a change
ordinance-
ordinance request.
ordinance regarding the discretion of the planning director in certain planning matters? I make a motion to deny this ordinance, keep it as is.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Ward to deny the ordinance regarding the discretion of the planning director in certain planning matters. Is there a second? Commissioner Mueller, is that a second?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
I think.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. And we will move on to our last item on the agenda, which is the ordinance eliminating the requirement of medium density residential area. It's combined with narrow lot design guidelines in the Northeast area. I want to thank you all for those of you that stayed around to be the last agenda item for your patience and putting up with all of us. So I want you to know how much that means to me. So I appreciate you. Yes, sir. Your name and address. Well,
I am Michael Sutton. I'm staff.
sorry, I knew that. So I'm so used to saying it that I'm just going right back into it. So yes, sir.
I'm Michael Sutton. I'm in the Economic Development Department as redevelopment coordinator, but just a little background on why I am up here speaking. Before I came to the UG, I was a long-range planner at another city in the metro, so I do have experience within the planning world and to speak on a little bit of long-range planning. So I will try to keep this as brief and to the point as possible before I get into the presentation that I also prepared, which is also pretty quick. So essentially, I work a lot with the land bank. And as you may know, the land bank has a high concentration of lots located in the Northeast. That area is starting now to face some development pressure, and I believe that it's been thought or told that getting rid of the narrow line design guideline requirement may make it a little bit easier for developers to get in, especially when there's already been different developments within the Northeast that have front-loading driveways. This is what this really boils down to is the alleyways requirement that are on a lot of those. So I know that with the narrow lot design guideline, there are a couple of variances where you can get away from having to put an alleyway in the back, but just from speaking to local developers, they're just having to do alley after alley, block after block. If you're a larger developer, that is going to kind of run up your price a little bit. So that is, to my understanding, why I'm here to speak on that change within the Northeast area master plan. I do have a couple of slides in here that'll also kind of speak to that a little bit as well.
I think first, did you want to make a motion on the ordinance and then do the presentation? I thought we were keeping them separate.
Right, I believe, Chairman, I believe we were on agenda item 5.2, which would be the text amendment,
Correct.
the Northeast Area Master Plan. So just keep in mind that that's the context in which we are doing right now, and that will finish with a recommending vote.
Right. Did I say something wrong that we weren't?
No, I just want, I just want to clarify where we're at in the agenda.
Okay, I thought I actually read it word for word.
I think you did. I just want to clarify to everyone that
Okay.
that's where we're on the agenda, and that's the context in which we're hearing this, that will end in a vote. The next agenda item, and Mr. Sutton, correct me if I'm wrong, may contain other recommendations, but that would be a separate vote on a separate agenda item.
Okay, when we get there, you can remind me of that.
Okay.
I think we may be there now, unless there are any other questions specifically on that change. To my understanding, there would need to be a vote on that before I got into the presentation, or however you all want to run it. That's
So you want to vote on the ordinance to amend the Northeast Area Master Plan right now? And you want to pass that motion or fail that motion? I mean, we want to deal with the motion. I know you want us to pass it, but I mean, that'll be for us to decide. We've been all over the place tonight. So, but you want us to deal with that, and then you're going to make a presentation on the narrow lot guidelines?
yeah, and the narrow lot design guideline presentation is just a real high, 30,000 foot level look at them, and then with just some professional recommendations at the end as well, just in general on how they should be approached.
Okay, but do we need to hear public comment first? Yeah. All right, so I want to go ahead and open up for public comment. Anyone that would like to speak on behalf of this ordinance change? And we'll start with this gentleman, and then anybody else come on over and we'll get, yeah. You've earned the right. You've all been here this long. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Brian Collins. I'm a planning and development consultant working for Mount Carmel Redevelopment Corporation in the northeast area of Kansas, of Wyandotte County. Mount Carmel currently holds, has a hold on 50 land bank lots in the Tremont North neighborhood that are mixed in with 95 existing homes. It is the intention of Mount Carmel to issue a request for proposals looking for builders and developers to build new single-family infill housing in that neighborhood. It is our belief and my strong feeling that the narrow lot guidelines as they now exist would be an impediment to that development, that we will be looking for builders and developers who have their own plans and specifications that they've worked with, that they are comfortable with. And if we try to impose the narrow lot design guidelines on those developers, we won't be successful or as successful as we could be without having that impediment in the way. That's my professional opinion, and it's the opinion of Mount Carmel Redevelopment Corporation.
Thank you very much. Again, I appreciate your patience tonight. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Commissioner. I'll keep this brief. My name is Charles Robinson. I'm a CGR developer and builder. We've recently been awarded close to 200, 300 lots in the Northeast. We are coming into the Northeast to build a future here, plan to be here for the next 10 to 15 years to build in the Northeast District. We are investing close to $100 million of our own money in this area. And as we do assessment of all of the lots in our areas that we're currently looking to build starting this year, hopefully fourth quarter of this year, we did assessment of 95% of our alleyways that we have to go back and redesign and rebuild is probably overgrown by 95%. None of them are ready to be built. All the concretes has to be redone. All the vegetation has to be removed. It's going to cost us close to about $400,000 per block to redo that. And we're trying to build affordable housing here. It's not affordable housing if we have to build that, because we're talking close to $7.5 million that we have to come up with to pay for to make this neighborhood work. By not modifying this, it does not work in our business model. It doesn't work for us financially, because that cost would have to transfer to someone that homeowners or future homeowners that was looking to move to this area would have to cover that cost. and we're trying to keep these houses very affordable. So again, we are looking to be here. We are looking to be here for long-term presence, but we need that assistance because just like this gentleman said, we are having design issues. We have our designs with the narrow lot does not work in its current conditions, and it's not cost effective for us. So we want to move this along so we can get through the planning and get our plans approved so we can start building in September if we could. So I stand here to approve this or see what we can do to move this along we'll meet all the other conditions of the narrow lot, but the alleyway and the existing conditions that is currently in doesn't work for our model.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for your comments and your investment. Anyone else? And I've got one online person as well too. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Alex. I'm also with CGR Construction. I just wanted to touch on a little bit of, I know that a recurring theme tonight has been some of the crime rates in the area, and just looking upon some other studies that have been done, I knew that, or it can be seen that with the new urbanism movement, that narrow lot designs with that rear entry alleyway has been something that was popularized and was really starting to be studied in the 60s and the 80s and the aughts and into the modern day. If we look around, we can see some, from Dayton, Ohio, you saw anything from a crime reduction, of 25% within 1 year and violent crime by 40% within that same year. If we look a little bit closer to St. Louis, we can look back to around it was the 1980s. It was Operation Safe Street within St. Louis. And, being from St. Louis myself, actually growing up in a neighborhood where there were, not every row was fed by an alleyway, but the one directly across the street, in my formative years, seeing different illicit activities happening there, and then now seeing that those have been shut down in the recent years, and seeing, not to keep the church and state separation, but, now different VBS schools and everything is being promoted throughout the community, and just seeing the growth that can come from that, I really think it would be something that would be in everybody's best interest to make sure that we could look at if that rear entry alleyway is necessary or not. Thank you guys for your time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And again, thank you for your patience. You have something you want to add? Go ahead.
Yes. I just want to make it clear that changing this would not get rid of the narrow lot design guidelines. They would still be in place. It would just give developers more flexibility in how they address it. I personally think the narrow lot design guidelines are a good thing for what they promote, and I'll go into a little bit more of that in my presentation. It's just in some of these areas where they've had vacant lots for 40, 50 years, and we're talking about conserving neighborhood character. Well, what neighborhood character are we conserving while we're holding the feet to the fire to do this design that really isn't that popular in a lot of different spaces in Kansas City? So you just don't see a ton, not to say that you don't see it at all, but you don't see a ton of narrow lot houses going in, even in KCMO. So thank you.
All right. Thank you for the clarification. Anyone else in the chambers before I go online? Mr. Palmer.
Neil Palmer, 2600 North 131st. I don't want to prolong the proceedings, but this is a pretty important topic. I spent a lot of time listening to a lot of places, even on the west side, or I am interested in overall development of the county. We can't approve a food store in Piper. People in the Northeast area are clamoring for a food store. And one of the reasons they don't have one is the issue of supply and demand. And if we can relax, relinquish, amend lot sizes or other things that allow developers to come in and provide the affordable housing that allows people to rebuild in their community, that then drives the economic growth that comes with that, I'm 100% for that. I'm kind of curious how you vote on something without hearing the presentation first, but that's semantics that I leave to you all. But anything that brings better affordable housing to the Northeast that then drives economic development for all kinds of other things, I think we should all be in support of. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers? Okay, I'm going to go online to Elnora Tellis Jefferson.
Yes,
Ms.
good, Yes, thank you very much. Good evening. This is Elnora Jefferson, and a resident of Kansas City, Kansas. And I want to say that I had an opportunity to look at a development that is in North Kansas City a couple of weeks ago. And it appears to me that what that development has is um, the um, the narrow lot design. But I say I'm kind of not really clear on it because it looks like that to me, but I'm untrained. So I'm very interested in learning more about that. As a resident of Northeast, a longtime resident, I too am interested in housing, good housing, affordable housing, of course, with good neighbors and having the retail and that type of thing. But what I'm not seeing in this presentation even before, as I had said last month, is an opportunity to bring this entire subject to the people in the Northeast. Clearly, I can understand the narrow lot design and the advantages and disadvantages for developers, cost and so forth. But I question whether or not the people who actually voted on the Northeast Area Master Plan and invested their time and where this narrow lot design resides have had an opportunity of looking at and being told what the advantages and disadvantages are, not only from the developer, we understand that, but from the residents as well. And that's equally important. So that's the comment that I have to say. And I'm also interested in what Mr. Sutton was saying, that the narrow lot design is something that is not mandatory in all cases. It may be mandatory based upon certain conditions. So I'd like to know, or we need to know what conditions they are, who's going to monitor those conditions so that there's not unfettered discretion between developers on that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Callie McLaughlin.
Hello, and I believe I had a brief presentation from Rose, if she's got that and can pop it up. Before I kind of go into it, but I can address a lot of the comments that were just made as part of it. As you probably recall from my last presentation, I am for keeping the guidelines, but revising them to be more modernized. So, First question here, true or false? Will removing the narrow lot design guideline clause from the Northeast Area Master Plan allow for a free-form design? Next slide, please. It won't. So to kind of go back on to Elnora's comment to talk about which ones are actually required to and which ones are not, I created a handy dandy chart that is available to anybody that asked for it, and building inspections has it, that shows you what the conditions of approval are. We also have the director's interpretation on file that kind of clarifies those as well. But basically it's a location description east of 635. If you follow the narrow lot design guideline or the Northeast Area Master Plan for the lower medium density, you have a certain lot frontage, certain parcel size, or your legal non-conforming lot. So any of those conditions can trigger that, and that's something that we've had clarified for quite some time. And that process is a person applies for a building permit, building inspections, gets that permit, kicks it over to planning for review, and planning signs off on it or makes their comments, and then building permit actually gets their comments addressed, and then the permit's issued. So that has been in place for quite some time. That was something I worked on with Mr. Farley when he was before he had left the planning commission. We came up with that chart and to clarify what those conditions were. But it is possible that removing the Northeast Area Master Plan requirement still leaves some of those other requirements in there. So again, it's not the answer to remove it from that little clause. We should really fix them, because then it becomes a catch-all for the ones that are still beholden to that in the Northeast area. Next slide, please. Does the narrow lot design guideline require a garage to be built in the rear where the alleyways are not maintained by the UG? And this is the common question that everyone says, oh, but I have to repave the alleyway and it's going to be a huge expense. Do you? You actually don't. RP5 zones is the zoning district designation that requires you to have a garage, the off-street covered parking. If you are RP5, R1, or R2, that's your covered parking requirement, not the narrow lot design guidelines. The narrow lot design guidelines simply gives you the framework in which, if you want to have a garage, you can do so. It's a combination of setback, size requirements, and also gives you the ADU. As I've stated before, this is the only place you can get an ADU. So if Ms. Jefferson were to go back to Casey Mo and take a look at 22nd and Tracy, those houses are selling for astronomical amounts of $750,000 or about that price. I've seen $550,000, but because they are able to gain that additional income from that ADU in the rear, they follow a modern interpretation of those narrow lot design guidelines. A couple other neighborhoods do as well, as I've worked with them. I've worked with Habitat for Humanity, and they said that they follow my guidelines or my versions of them that I've revised personally in those other jurisdictions in Casey Mo. So it's not the narrow lot design guideline that requires a garage to access the alleyway. It's your zoning designation. We currently have an ordinance that gives you a free of charge zoning designation change if you want to apply for that. That opportunity already exists. People are just not taking advantage of it. Next slide, please.
Callie, actually, you're out of time.
Oh, okay.
I apologize. Thank you for your
Sure.
comments, though. And we've got your slides. We'll make sure we have your slides. Thank you.
Perfect.
Anyone
Thank you.
else? All right, thank you. So we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff. Any other additional comments? And I want to go to legal. I want to go to you first. Any other additional comments? Mr. Sutton, I want to go to legal real quick to answer Mr. Palmer's question. Did I say that right? Yeah, Neil Palmer. Okay. I'm getting punchy. I want you to answer his question and the one I asked you in the meeting.
Okay,
As
so
far as why we're dealing with this before hearing the presentation.
yes, Mike Farley with legal.
Clarification.
The reason that these are split up is because the question at issue here is simply a comprehensive plan text amendment. So first of all, it was its own separate thing. Beforehand, it was held over by 30 days after it was last presented. It's now come back for City Planning Commission. It also is subject to different noticing requirements than a simple presentation with recommendations are. So when we're voting on it, and since this has already been heard once, we wanted to keep it separate so that it was clear that the vote was limited to simply the comprehensive plan text amendment, in this case, deletion.
Correct.
Am
And
I
we're just,
understanding? And then the next thing that's going to come up as a separate agenda item will be Mr. Sutton's presentation on the narrow lot design guidelines writ large, because what this is right now is not a referendum on the narrow lot design guidelines. So it may seem like it is just addressing the use or the requirement to have the narrow lot design guidelines in a single land use designation in a single area plan within the county.
and we're removing one sentence, lower medium density residential areas must follow the narrow lot design guidelines.
That is correct.
All
Yeah.
right. All right. Is everybody clear on what we're doing? The ordinance is just to remove that one sentence. Commissioner Mueller?
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm thoroughly confused. Just in a nutshell, if we lower this requirement, then we should lower it across the board, or else we're getting into spot zoning, and we've been trying to fight spot zoning for decades and decades.
Any comment, Mr. Farley? Or Mr. Sutton, I'm sorry.
Yes, I can clarify from a zoning code perspective. The lower medium density residential land use designation that you see up on the screen there in the Northeast area is unique in the fact that it has a requirement for all lots to follow the narrow lot design guidelines. So a removal of that sentence would simply revert those affected parcels back to the zoning code standards of R1 and R1B, which identify specific dimensions under which, literally under like like if you don't meet the minimum dimensions, you still have to comply with the narrow lot design guidelines. And that does apply technically not across the board. It applies east of 635. But I think you actually would not find R1B west of 635 anyway. So effectively it is the entire county.
All right. Other questions or comments? All right, so I will need to entertain a motion to approve ordinance, the ordinance regarding the narrow lot design guidelines by removing the single text area, or single text. I guess that's it, single text, correct?
Correct. Removal of the text.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Jones, have a question or?
No, I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve the ordinance eliminating the requirement for the lower medium density residential areas that recommended text as shown in our report.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Ward,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Nay.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Nay.
okay, Carson.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 4-2.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sutton, final thing of the night is to hear your presentation.
Yes, and thank you all so much for being patient. Chair, Commission. So again, this is just going to be a real 30,000 foot look at narrow line design guidelines and some recommendations on moving forward with them. So again, overview, and Callie mentioned a few of these things in her presentation. Applies to lots that are generally less than 50 foot wide. And really the focus area we're going to be talking about is east of 635. You're looking at the pre-World War II neighborhoods, and specifically, like we just talked about, the lower medium density future land use within the Northeast Area Master Plan. Next slide. So I just want to give some context. I heard this question was asked at the last CPC. That is a map of the future land use for the Northeast Area Master Plan. And everything that's in that, I guess, mustard yellow, that is the lower medium density. So as you can see, it covers a very wide range. Next slide. So some of the goals for the narrow lot design guideline, we're looking to preserve historic neighborhood character. You want to encourage walkable neighborhoods, generally to support affordable, modest size housing. The goal with that, with it being infill again, you want to build around the existing infrastructure. And then as it specifically pertains to the UG's code, eliminates the need for setback variances on smaller lots. So if you got rid of the narrow lot design guidelines, for example, which I know that's not what we're doing, but if you did, somebody would have to come in and get a variance if they're on a narrow lot, because the normal setbacks within the code would not fit within a 25 or 30 foot lot. So next slide. And then some of the pros of narrow lot design guidelines, as I mentioned before, infill development, walkability, affordable housing, and neighborhood preservation. Some more of the pros, and again, this is very spot specific, but utilizes the existing infrastructure, curb appeal. If you've ever been in a neighborhood where all the houses are close together like that, there's a real, I don't know, real filled neighborhood feel, human scale feel to it versus being out in the suburbs. So, and then increased property values, just maintains the aesthetics, boosts the values. And then again, as it pertains specifically to the UG, right now, the narrow lot design guidelines are the only way accessory dwelling units or ADUs can be built as well. So just some examples. These are narrow lot design guidelines. These are in Strawberry Hill. Next. This is another one. This one is down in Rosedale, and Callie kind of mentioned this too, and you can see it at the house at the front there. It's not alley fed. The driveway is just going all the way to the back. But if you're still dealing with a 25, 30 foot lot, sometimes that can still be very difficult to even get that in, but it works good in certain situations. So some of the cons of narrow lot design guideline, limited design flexibility. That's something that I heard from a lot of the developers I've spoke to. They just don't have a ton of examples to really go off of. So I'll get to a remedy for that later. But next would be the approval delays, just because it's an extra review, so it's going to add a little bit more time on it. And then the complexity of the infrastructure, and I really want to point this one out as far as the Northeast Area Master Plan. If in the Plan KCK document, we identified that we've overbuilt our infrastructure, then why are we going in and rebuilding infrastructure that the county's gonna have to take care of, it's gonna maintain? We know the developers aren't gonna maintain it. That'll come back on us, so just something to consider. Next slide. Then we have risk of reduced profit margins, and then parking challenge. With the profit margins, again, for what I've heard at least, developers are gonna make more money generally when they can build more of the houses and build bigger. But with the narrow lot design guidelines, sometimes they can not do that. If you're forced to build on a 25-foot lot or a 30-foot lot, you're not going to get as much house, obviously, or generally as you would on a 50-foot lot or a 75-foot lot. And then with the parking challenges, I put that one up there as it ties in to the alleyways, but I will say, I know that the city is working on parking minimums right now, so that one may be able to change, but it can provide parking challenges, though, if there's not already the infrastructure for it. So some of the policy considerations, and we kind of, again, just went through this. So we're looking at more relaxed, removed altogether, or revised. I would lean more towards relaxed and revised versus removing it altogether. Some of the options, or the biggest one I would look at is pre-permitted plans. We can provide the developer with everything that they know is going to fit within a design lot. It's going to meet zoning, it's going to meet coding. So yeah, and I think that would also help streamline the design process, would allow more flexibility. And then, as it's been mentioned 100 times here and in every other development type meeting, probably need a code update at some point. So I kind of mentioned this before. This area is 16th Street, just north of Quindaro. So part of the reason, or part of the goal of narrow lot design guideline is to preserve neighborhood character. Well, if you're talking about a neighborhood that's been vacant for 40, 50 years, with all respect to everybody in those neighborhoods, what neighborhood character are we really trying to preserve here? So, like if we're talking about Strawberry Hill or Rosedale, where you still have an established neighborhood, absolutely, you don't want somebody putting in a suburban style build in the middle of Strawberry Hill. But that's not Strawberry Hill, that's an open field north of Quindaro. If somebody wants to build on it, let's let them build on it. Next. So these are some new builds that are going in near 18th and Getty. These are actually right outside of that lower medium density. So they were not required to do the narrow lot design guideline, but this is literally maybe 3 or 4 blocks over from that vacant block that I showed you. And so again, in an area that hasn't been developed in decades, do we really have an issue with allowing them to do front-loading garages or be a little bit more flexible on how they approach development in this area? So, as we approach midnight, stakeholder balance. Developers, they want speed, cost efficiency, and certainty with their builds. The residents, they want value, neighborhood character, and livability. From a staff, planning and economic development, we want to remove as many barriers as possible and still increase livability, safeguard community character. Next. So in conclusion, the narrow lot design guidelines do offer quite a few benefits, but they do need updates. The amendment that you all just approved does add some flexibility to that. I would still recommend at some point standardization of all the design guidelines, so moving to more of a form-based code, and that it would be part of a comprehensive zoning code update that would hopefully include pre-approved plans. This concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Sutton? Commissioner Ernst?
I have an unfair question that I probably won't ask in exactly the way I might have. But don't you think it's a little awkward that we had to vote to eliminate the guidelines before you told us you felt they should be relaxed? I don't want you to answer that. That's unfair. I think this is another parking proposal where a bunch of builders, investors, etc., came in and said, these are the changes we'd like to see. And it really wasn't well developed through planning and zoning. I'm glad to see you had some good ideas about it, but there may be some bad ideas about doing away with it completely when maybe relaxing or finishing the codes that we started in 2018, because I was on that committee, might have been a better answer. But I'm done for the evening, I think.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioner Jones?
I hear what Commissioner Ernst is saying, but correct me if I'm wrong. It's no longer mandatory, it's optional. And that's how I took it, correct?
That is correct.
The requirement was removed and it's optional so that if we have more wiggle room, and I do hope that wiggle room, I mean, my expectation is that the wiggle room be legitimately applied.
I don't think so.
All right. Did you get your question answered, Commissioner Jones? Did you hear
It
his
was
response?
really more a statement. Well, I was wanting validation. It's not a requirement, but
Commissioner
it
Jones,
is
that is,
optional. Like
that-
it's not totally gone away.
I'm sorry. Yeah, he's trying to respond. Go ahead.
Okay.
That is correct, Commissioner. It would not be removing the guidelines altogether. It would just make them optional within the Northeast area master plan. This is the only master plan where this is changing, and it doesn't, again, remove it. It just makes it a little bit, provides a little bit more flexibility with it.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from anyone? All right, there's no action required, correct? All right. That does conclude our agenda. Thank you all for your patience, for sticking with us tonight. I appreciate everybody's involvement and everybody's comments. Thank you so much. We'll see you next month.
Thank you, Jeff.
Good night.
Night.